Now it's orange. I'm okay. Hey, Mystical Wonder. I have a new phone, so I'm not blurry anymore. I almost used the blurry one, but just as a tribute to the last time I'll be using it, but it might not be the last time I'm using it. So we'll see. Welcome. I have something going on here. Oh, my original guest that was scheduled for tonight, we did not make contact, and then I heard from her today, so prayerfully she'll show up too. That might be what I'm looking for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hi, welcome. I could try it another way. I don't think I'm going to like that. I think we're going to stick with this. All right. I don't like change a whole lot, so I know it's necessary at times. But that's where we are. I don't know what these little things are popping up, but are you okay? I like that. I don't know if I like to see it at the bottom of my screen. I think that's the reason I don't like that. Why does it want to show it? It's so weird. All right, whatever. I'm going to leave it. I'll adjust. All right, let me get my other background going here. This? You? You? This? Who is this? Oh, somebody else. Somebody else? That's Mimi's babies. You behave, I will give you a treat. That's a good first show. I promise you that. She don't miss. He misses. Don't you whine about it. Get over here and let's see if you can do this. I know you can. Get over here. Get over here. Go over here. Come on. Let's see. She won't miss. All right. Oh, hey, riding the wave. We're having a showdown right now. Watch this. She don't miss. Let's see if he will. He'd be looking for his. He missed. She don't miss her. All right, one more for you. And then y'all gonna go. Let's see. Look, come over here. Come over here. Look. Oh. He'll be looking for it for a little while. All right, one more. She don't miss. Here. You'll find it. All right, dogs are set. These are my grand dogs, actually. Swipe left. Oh, let me do that. That's it. Show's over, dog. You all right? You all right? You love that Mimi, huh? Hey, welcome in. Some really, really, really good conversation for tonight, for sure. Hi, Spiritual Perspective. I love that name. This guy, I have a playlist, okay? I have a playlist. This is my broken phone. But they call him the Bob Ross of this. He's so good. Chakra tones. Hey, JP. Is the note C. And he, I want you to see how it looks in the playlist because I created this playlist for a TikTok. So it says the Bob Ross, and then there's so many good ones in here. You need to go, miss. Go, go. Nope, you know I don't like that when you do that. Go. Thank you. He's trying to get medieval on me. Is that the soul? Yeah. Where's she at? I don't know how to do this. Souls from the stars. Exact revenge. I love it. So I had a guest scheduled for tonight and I couldn't get my phone to do the advertisement. So I thought it might be meant to be. I wasn't sure because I didn't know, maybe she's not even on TikTok. And I got a message from her. Hey, baby, how you doing?
Oh, good. My phone's gonna die. I'm gonna charge it quick.
Okay, I'll be here. You staying? Okay, good.
Do you want me to stay up? I'll stay
Yeah,
up.
sure. Absolutely. Yep. So she sent me a message and I don't know what's coming back, but I would love it if she shows up. That would be great. This is one of those crock pot pots. The crock pot moment. Anyway, this guy is so good and he does all kinds. So the one with the red right here, I think I'm not pointing at the right thing. No, that's the root chakra. The root chakra is this. Okay, this one. When you see this one that he has, it actually has a grounding one along with all of the chakras. I listen to that one every day. So the root chakra is coming up for healing in what they call in the collective. So the energy from the processing of Mars in its location, moving to another location. I don't know who follows that. There's a lot. I'm just kind of just briefing it. But all of the things that have been coming up by these particular planets that are where they are, the root chakra is taking a hit to be healed. So if anybody's working on that, the root chakra is one in focus right now. I don't usually see the comments, so I love that part. Welcome to the jungle. Wisdom
We
Weaver.
got fun and games, girl. I'm so tired. I'm slap happy, so I might flip all over the board. So if I hurry up and drop, just understand I love you. I've
I
been
love you.
processing some heavy energy today.
Oh, I was like that the last couple of days. I want to know all about it. Let's go.
Oh, girl, go ahead.
I'm listening. I'm waiting on you. I love to hear you talk.
I I have been this, and it's been building for a while, and it's like I keep doing my spinning. I keep doing everything I can to release, and And last night I had an episode. There's I can be extremely intelligent, and some of the simplest shit will get stuck in my head, and I, for whatever reason, it will be stuck for weeks or months, and it'll be like, what the hell is the hiccup? And I would get really frustrated, right? Because I know where my heart lies, and I know the spiritual work I've done. I know I have a deep understanding of where my challenges are still at. I'm super introspective like that. I'm more likely to blame myself than to deny myself being the
Yeah.
problem. You know?
Heard.
And and it's really kind of bothered me for a long time. And it's like, I don't freaking get it. Why is it these, blah, 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 have these spiritual gifts and control of them and everything, but yet they blah, 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 which is all this shit that is not anywhere near spiritual. I'm like, what the hell? But yet I have gifts, but I have no control of them. It happens when it happens. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And I am like, I don't know what was going on last night, but I'm like standing at the microwave and I hear this voice that says, what makes you think that spiritual gifts control equivalates to spiritually awoke? And then I hear, you do realize that evil entities have the ability to astral travel, right? I was like, holy fucking bat balls. Really? I mean, that simple concept has been escaping my brain for so freaking long. I'm like, because having that concept, my head kept saying, I'm missing something. Something's missing. And it's not. It's because, and I wasn't getting answers because I was asking a question that wasn't even valid. It's like, seriously? The sky is blue. Oh my God, why didn't you tell me? It was just, and then today when I woke up, just, a lot of stuff that's going on, a lot of the, for lack of a better term, I did a post earlier regarding this guy that did a video, and you know how you're supposed to put the, this is for entertainment purposes only, if it's playing around or whatever, and you're supposed to label it if it's AI and all that. Okay. And it was an AI made one, and saying, oh, Katy Perry's been, she's been arrested for creating a false setup of them going up in the astronaut, whatever. Okay, so there's a lot of people that feel that way, but she wasn't. She was arrested regarding something that went down in Australia, but not. And I'm like, I am so done with people using fear-mongering analytics bait. I'm like, this is PSYOPs BS. And I'm just, yeah. So earlier today, I had Kali's sacred rage going on for humanity, and I'm like, oh my God, dear God, don't let nobody say anything stupid to me. It'll pop me right into the blood rage. I am scared. So I spent about an hour and a half out doing energy work directly in the sun, and all the whole workings and the verbal chants and tones and all that. And I'm like, so now I'm like mentally, emotionally, physically, bleh. Thus my explanation that I may go into extreme slap happy stupid, or just realize that I'm not fit for today and just jump right out. It's a possibility to go anyway.
That's the energy though. It's so funny you said what you said about you having that conversation with yourself and that talk, because I wish now, I told myself, I said, you need to remember that so I could say it right now tonight. But I forgot what it was. It might come to me, but it was something crazy like that, like off the wall. Like, did you really just say that to me? And I'm like, yeah. Who else is here? I'm like, yeah, I said that. What? You know,
Yeah.
like I don't think Melanie might be at work. So something's in
Hey,
the
Jenny
air.
and Kimberly. Hey, Saul.
I don't know what this means. I got myself in a rabbit hole. It says a flash goal, so I'm going for it. That's new for me.
Ah.
I think Melanie might be at work, but I want to invite her if she is or not. I don't know. She usually is. There she is.
Honey,
There's the pretty
did you get
girl.
your chocolate?
Chocolate.
Who said that? My gift is covering up this thing.
It was
I don't
me.
know.
It was Jenny. I did go on a live. I did for a couple of hours. And I was like trying to wrap it up because it was so
Jenny.
good. It was like with Kimberly and Leslie and Melanie came in and the energy was like so good. And then I was like, but Tina's live is coming up, so we're gonna go over there.
I love it. We're going down
Switch
the
spaces.
playground. Yeah, you're
We're going to
right.
the playground. Whoop whoop.
Yeah. I don't know how to get 8 boxes up here, but I want to. I know I'm getting hoggy. I'm getting like a hoggy right now, but I didn't expect a couple of people that are here, and I'm expecting somebody else for sure. So we're gonna just ride this out, okay?
Do you want help? Do you
Okay,
want help
we're all
learning how to
here.
do it?
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Let me just try real quick, and then I'll give it up if I don't. Okay. I'm going to settings.
Uh-huh. And
Okay.
then I always get it confused, but it's like I think it's like the wheel one, not the box one. It's like the wheel one, and
Okay.
then you'll see like different grid options.
All right. Let's just see what happens.
There you go. You
Oh,
did
look at
it
that. Right
on the
on.
first try.
And we
Wow.
got some lighting
Boom.
now.
Fancy. Oh,
Lighting.
you're so fancy.
I'm fancy now. I'm
I'm
saving
still in
that
my
picture.
towel.
That
Like I didn't
picture's
even
gonna
take
be
the
your
towel
picture
off
for
my head.
you. I'm like, you're so naturally pretty.
Oh, thank
Give her a
you.
towel. That's your new that's who you are on my phone when you call.
Oh, that like
It's
one
real
where I was like, oh, I'm waiting.
with the mop bucket. I swear, when they talk about that, you like, I'm mopping the floor, mop the floor, mop the floor.
Yeah, but you look gorgeous. You look gorgeous,
So
Muffin. Is
sweet.
she in there? Oh, she's right there. Oh, sorry.
You're sweet. I was really trying to get her done, you know. I love that job is bittersweet for me, and I've learned a lot and grown a lot through it. I work at I'm a dietary technician at a retirement community, and I probably keep it because it makes me sound like I'm really, you know, like I'm a cookie cutter or something, you know, like the kind that like it's a respectable job
Yeah.
in society. So, you know, my other one's a food runner at Chili's, and I love it. Just
I,
saying.
I think the hardest position I held working in the social industry was as an in-home caregiver with a lady that had polio as a child, but she was an adult bedridden who also had dementia.
Wowza.
That I think was the more difficult bridging when an individual has dementia, having the capacity, not only the capacity but ability to bridge those moments. Yeah, I think that was the most taxing mentally and emotionally for me.
Because I know why I'm at this job and what I'm learning and why I have to wait it out. I know what was it that you were internally clearing and mastering within self with that job.
Um, on for myself, it was practicing a combination of patience and holding space and understanding when somebody I'm having a difficulty with words when they have dementia. I don't like using that word, but I'm going to use it. I'm too taxed to think. But it's kind of like dealing with somebody who's possessed, but knowing it's not them.
Yeah.
When they get literally verbally vicious, even sometimes violent physically, you know, being able to still hold that space and understand that it's not them. It's hard.
Yeah, because you know what makes me the saddest about this job that I'm working right now, I'm at this retirement community, is I want to reach out and touch them and heal them. Like
Yeah.
I don't understand why I do, and I don't. I'm just talking now, but my faith is not so strong, and my energy is not so powerful that I can't just reach out and touch them yet and heal them instantly. That's my
Yeah.
goal. And so when I know that there are things like sun gazing and going outside, because one of the things when I was mopping, I was thinking about I would be so sitting outside if I lived there. Like I would be out, they would just find me outside all day, and they don't, and that's hard for me when there are things that can be done, but I just make jokes all the time and sing and like they don't know what hit them when I got there. I'm just like being happy to everybody because I think if I'm in their last days helping them to achieve some comedy, that's it. Just bothers me that's been the focus generationally, that people think 70 to 80 years and then whatever happens along the way physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, the body starts to break down. And I am firmly convinced the body, we can heal. I've healed. I know this is true. It's frequency. And I don't remember who said it, if it's Einstein or Tesla, or maybe both, that that the future or whatever is in frequencies and vibration. And that is true. So one of the things about tonight I wanted to talk about and expand on is the connection with children and parents. So my parents were 15 and 16 or something like that, 16 and 17 when I was born. And I have this overwhelming love, and I've had them my entire life. So I don't know what it's like to not have them here. And they did hard. They didn't know, and the horrible things that happened to me as a child. It was like I wasn't even parented at all. But the generations that it passed down through them, I know that this is a curse breaker, but at the same time, things still happened to my children that happened to me. So the connection energetically that we feel for our parents, and then the connection that we feel for our children, for the other part of this example, is that when I was separated from my baby, number one, when I gave the baby up for adoption, I felt it then. But when I was separated from my baby with a very unjust dynamic, and I felt guilty, my guilt and remorse and regret was that I had to willingly let go to save myself. And I felt very selfish. And that was something that undid tonight because I trusted her father. I thought he was going to do the right thing, but he didn't. But I went through that tonight. I was reflecting on it, thinking I'm healed to a point now where I don't think of it as I was being selfish anymore. Like I've learned to give myself enough compassion that I'm not feeling like I did something selfish anymore. I'm feeling more like now the power that's going to come from healing is going to ripple out into the world with the effect of frequency for everybody that's gone through anything I've had to transmute.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're talking, but I can't hear you.
No, I realized my mic was on when I said yeah, and I was like, oops, so I might muted it.
I thought you were going to talk back to me. That's why I love this.
Yeah, no, I get it. I've shared openly. I share openly, and sometimes I don't remember where all I've shared. There's some things that I share openly, and some I kind of hold back because I understand human behaviors. But um, I get it. You know, I I'm I am working through some challenges with the connection with my oldest son. My youngest son is estranged, and I don't deny that I had things going on in that, but I also know other stuff that was going on, that part of it being some mental health challenges, as well as um things that were said and done in the home. And you know, when I did have the situation of letting Anthony go, I wasn't available to raise my kids, you know. And so what at that time, what was best is I did give them to my mom. um and I'm definitely here for curse breaking. I'm very grateful I didn't have little girls, even though I wanted them. um but yeah, I there was my mom went through a lot growing up and never had the support she needed, and she carried that on to me. And although I know that and understand that now, and there are some things that I also hold place in involvement as well. Um, with my second son, I had to reach a place of acceptance. You know what? You know how to get a hold of me if and when you decide. Um, because I wanted so bad to fix it, and I wanted so bad to heal it, and wanted so bad to make it better, even though a lot of it I didn't do directly. What actions I took led to the platform for it to happen. Um, but I cannot continue to hold space for verbal attacks. I would I was continuing to call him on an annual birthday for his birthday, and from the second he picked up that phone, he would just rip. And I eventually had to choose my safety and my sanity, um, and my mental health, because I didn't know how to deal with it. But at the same time, being with my son and my grandsons, I have the ability to work through overcoming the underlying subliminal belief systems that were instilled in his childhood, and assist in connections with my grandkids, which helps with the curse breaking on that side. So
It's amazing. Somebody told me the other night, a brilliant lady. I'm so excited when she gets to be here too. Um, about the connection with the children that doesn't leave. It was so encouraging that she said that, like that it doesn't go away. The experience I had with my dad, I missed him so much when the split happened, that I could not, like, it broke on the inside. Something broke in that relationship on the inside of me. And I'm struggling with this right now, is that he is literally in the nursing home right now, and I could call him. I could call him every day, and the fact that he's preparing to pass away, it bothers me so bad, because that's just going to be a whole nother, like, I'm getting healthy, I'm getting good, I'm getting, and then here's this. And not to mention, he's talking to a cousin that had crazy. I told him, I don't know if were any of y'all heard when I was talking about, I was trying to make the decision if I was going to say something to him or not. I said something. I said it. And I told him what happened. And I didn't tell him what happened. I said, this cousin abused me when I was small. And he said that he's talking to her because she's doing his land. So he's preparing to pass away. And instead of me being able to open up, like, to be there for him, call him, be all happy about it, that's now, after all of the overcoming of my entire life, what's forward. So when people talk about, oh, put the past in the past, and then this constant trauma that just keeps hitting and hitting and hitting, That's the resilience I know, but I don't know what it's like. Like, did I already sever it from the relationship, from him being that way to me when I was a kid, and not having it for him and not being able to be with him, and then he passes away? Is it going to be worse than that because he's not on the planet? And then what kind of a person am I that I don't just love, God is love. Why don't I just unconditionally love and just call him every day? Because when I think about calling him, something gets in my chest and it weighs me down like the devil. Like, it pulls me down like a weight. Like, I can hardly breathe when I think about calling him. Like, I don't even know what to say. And so that then in turn tells me, is that how my baby feels about me? So this is like deep, deep. But
I get that.
yeah,
With my younger son, I feel the same way. Um, when my mom did pass, I was nowhere close to my um, ability to be present. And also because of history surrounding being present with my son passing, um, I was scared, and there was so much resentment, and I was intentionally holding on to the resentment because when I let the resentment go, if I maintain the connection, I forget with with the challenges I have, I forget about it, and then something will happen, and then they'll she would do something extremely harmful again, which would set me off, and I wasn't ready to deal with it at that time. But what I can tell you is the other night I was channeling with, and she was present, and I was able to hold heart space in that because for a long time I wasn't willing. Like when I would go to other channelers and she would come through, it's like, nope, I don't want to hear from her. She might be on the side where she's healed. She feels all better. She can see it all, but I still need to do my healing. So for a long time, I reserved that. I have thought about that with my estranged son. Would he do the same thing? I have to be humble and understand that I have no control over it. I will do the best I absolutely can to be present. But at the same time, as much as I love my kids, I'm not here just for them. We are all, although we are indoctrinated with the belief that, oh, your blood is your family. No, we are all family. All of us are family. So I can't allow myself to be consumed by detrimental state because he's not ready to heal. But I can hold space and send energy out, send love out, and if and when he's ready, ensure that I am open and ready and willing to hold that space with compassion to help and connect and forgive. Well, with him, I don't need to forgive, but yeah, I think you understand what I'm saying.
oh yeah, for sure. And that was the kind of energy last month, holding space for my baby. She told me she only thought of me as the person who gave birth to her. That was my baby. She slept in a bed with me till they took her. She was 8. I nursed her till she was 2.5. Like, that was, everything was right with her. She ate beets, like I'm telling you, and then poof, gone.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I try not to go into what I realized I was doing was I would go into the feeling of how she must have felt without me. And when I tell you sheer hell, I'm like, nope, I have to not do that. So when she did that, because she doesn't know the truth, the whole truth, I protected her from all of that. But then she got this realization that that's her father. And so I was holding space, just like, I'm like, nope, I'm powered up. Like, this is for the world. This is for world peace. And when I hold space for her and send that energy in my heart space to her and heal some more, and not talk about the past to her, or I'm upset about whatever, anything. and she messaged me the other day. So she worked. She reached out, and when that happens, it just strengthens the faith. It just makes it more powerful to me.
So if I may ask, when was it that you reconnected with her?
Just the
I
other
don't know
day.
the timeline. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he
Oh
wouldn't let me
damn,
see it
Tina.
for like 4 years. Yeah, it's been real shit. That's why this frivolous shit that goes on. I'm like, the group that's here,
Yeah.
like, this is about
Like
real
fuck off.
healing. This ain't about, friggin' cartoon shit. This is real life happening on planet Earth.
How old is she now?
She's 16.
Okay.
And she kind of knew, like, I have a video. I have to see if I can find that video and upload it, but her tooth was wiggling. Y'all saw that little picture with her tooth, if anybody looked. She it was about to fall out, but it looked so funny, and we were making fun because we was funny like that. And I did a video and I was saying, I don't know when, like, I'll see you again or whatever. And she kind of did a double take, and that kind of soaked into what was happening. So I know she knows the underneath timeline. But when I realized the power of this person's energy that caused me to black out and not even know that I was alive on the planet or had a newborn baby for 5 months, he was abusing me so bad.
Yeah.
She has like this Stockholm thing, and she holds it. She's not actively saying I hold it against you, but because of what I went through with my father, and this could be projection on my part, but I know that there's a thread of truth in it. That how could I allow that? Like, why would I leave? If I knew he was that ratchet, why would I? Because I didn't want her to think of her father. I wanted to believe in him, that he really wasn't that way. And I didn't want her to ever say that I encouraged her to not love her father.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And that's beautiful, and that's profound, and that's noble,
You're
I would
sweet.
say.
We banking on love, Jenny Lane.
Yeah, yep. I'm always banking on the side of love. Always,
Banking on.
always,
I'm like,
always.
never
Even
ever
when
fails.
when it's tainted love, I'm
Yeah.
still banking on it. But it's like when it comes to, I mean, I was not blessed to be a mother myself. I wanted to be, but it's just not in the cards in this lifetime, and I'm cool with that. But when it comes to, I was a teacher for like 20 years, so when it comes to like child development, um, like when you think about your own memories, we don't have a lot of very vivid memories unless they were extremely traumatic before 8. Like they're just they're not as copious as, say, after junior year, sophomore year.
May I
So
ask a question while you're saying this,
yeah,
please?
please
Um,
interrupt me anytime. I don't
I
mind.
love to, when somebody's talking and something hits me, I like to ask the question when it's going
Mm-hmm.
so I can.
Please,
Okay.
I'm cool with that.
When you said it, thank you. When you said at 8, okay. So before 8 is if it was good, then when they get to what did you say? Junior, junior level?
No, just like so it's so like our autonomy, like just I would love to pose the question and to hear from the other ladies, like when you guys realized that you were like your own autonomous being.
Mm.
We're spiritual too, so this may be different from the traditional child development timeline, but like when did you realize that you were your own being with your own thoughts and you could make your own choices? Like around what age?
Great question.
Everybody's quiet.
I know I can't answer
All
because
jumping.
I was
I'm still trying to
traumatized.
figure it out. I'm my own autonomous
Like
being. Oh
reflecting
my
it.
god! What? Okay, my answer is 45. 45.
Get ourselves a treat.
I just wanted to say hello to everyone first. Hi, Tina. I'm not at work because it's Easter Sunday here. So I'm like, oh, I can finally come up. But I won't,
Yay!
I
I love it.
probably won't be able to stay long. I've got my son staying and my daughter and
Woohoo!
my nephew are coming at any moment. I'm in the middle of cooking up different things. But yeah, I wanted to come in and say hello. And I love this topic. And it is deep and it's sensitive,
And
like we're
eating
talking
copious
about.
amounts of chocolate, please.
Do you know what,
Thank you.
Jenny? You'll be happy to know I have been eating chocolate and I've even been stealing my husband's chocolate. So,
I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you, sister.
um, but Jenny's question. Look, I remember being quite young. I can't give an exact sort of how old I was, but it was definitely before I was 8. But I think that for me comes from being in extremely high trauma situations. And I also had, from when I can remember, past life memory, which was confusing at the time and a little bit scary, if I'm honest. Not anymore, but as a kid. So I, from a really young age, felt um, sort of that autonomous sort of like, oh, okay, and feeling into my own sort of being, and that was sort of twofold though, because sort of feeling like that from such a young age, it also for a long time gave me feelings of sort of separation, ironically as well though, because I always sort of felt like that square peg that was sort of never fitting in any of the holes anywhere around me, whether it was sort of, family or that type of thing. So I always felt very odd. I still do, but that's okay. I'm cool with my oddness now. But yeah, so I do remember it being sort of yeah, quite young. And what you were saying, Tina, like with your dad, I don't speak with my dad, and that was a decision that I made after my sister passed away, and it was just a lifelong thing of me having sort of quite little to do with him, and at certain times, and then. There was just some behaviour that was just really just not okay, and he's getting older, so, it's always that thing of like, oh, okay, how am I going to move through this? And I love him. That's what unconditional love. It's without condition, and I've maintained that. I love him. I don't hold any bitterness. I can think on him and of him, and still lean into that heart space. But I can also at the same time acknowledge that for whatever reason, with how these things have panned out and decision that he's made, and I have no control over that. I can't change it. But I also do need to, within that same love, protect myself and my family from toxic behaviour. And so, if he does happen to pass on and I don't get that chance to speak to him, I'm okay with that. I know that I'll still need to move through feelings and emotions when that happens, and I'm prepared to do that. I'm open, and I'm going to allow whatever I'm feeling to come in and move through it. But I have also many times, not many times, but a few times, sort of thought, should I, like just reach out. He's getting older. Am I going to regret not doing so before he passes? And I'm okay with the decision that I'm making, and I've really had to reflect very honestly with myself as to well, what's going on with that decision, and Am I making it from a place of hurt or from? But I truly believe that I'm making it from a place where that love is still absolutely there, and but I'm doing what is still very much in a love-based, centered, direction. That direction just happens to mean that I don't have, contact with him, and that's okay. That's just sometimes how things pan out, and things work out. And I'm not doing it to punish him or anything like that. That's just definitely not what I'm about. I'm not a person who sort of holds grudges or holds on to, that type of thing. But yeah, it was just a loved based decision. But I just wanted to quickly say that because I get it. Yeah, I know how difficult that can be.
Well, this might be a to be continued then with you and me on
Oh,
this, because
snap.
yeah, this is real talk about
I
that.
feel this deeply.
Yes, I know you do.
And it's so, like, it's so refreshing um, to hear other adult women who've made it to whatever level age you've excuse me, made it to, who are also feeling the same exact things that I'm feeling. Yep. It's there is a weirdo sort of or like, what happens if he's gone? Like, what happens, like, I didn't talk to, I went completely no contact with my father who had never been physically abusive until I like, emotionally, maybe because of his own trauma, but never once did I, like, I think he's got brain stuff going on too, so I think there might be a dementia element to it. um but 2020 was wild, and I was taking him to a colonoscopy appointment, and I decided to do what I did with you, like what you did, Tina. I said, should I talk to him about this? Should I just sort of like let things sort of be um, very tumultuous for me, or should I lay down a line? And I did. I said, I happened to be driving on the highway, taking him to his appointment because there's nobody else in his world. He's pushed everyone away. He's living alone in his house in absolute filth. And and I was like, I love you, Dad. But if you don't get therapy, um, you and I can no longer have a relationship. And it probably wasn't the best idea to do it while I was in a moving car on the highway, because he took his diabetes bag and he like hit me in the head with it.
Oh my
And
gosh.
I know, like, we're not in a suffering competition or abuse competition. My father was deeply physically abused, and he told me all about his story ever since I was very young, about the piece of wood with the cement in the middle of it, and blah 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 and all this stuff. So he made it a point to not do that for me, and made it a point to express that he was not going to be that person. But it was so shocking. Like, we were in start and stop traffic, and I put the car in park, and I was like, you will never like
Ever.
see me again, touch me again. I will never be in the same space with you again. Um, it was like the universe said to me, Jenny, you've been dealing with like constant phone calls and constant barrages where he ends up making you his emotional dumpster because there's nobody else, and he's pushed all of his wives away, and you're the last one around, and you don't have to do this anymore, and I am going to make sure that you don't do this anymore. And it was incredibly, I describe it in my writing as, I felt like um I felt like my whole world shifted 5 degrees to the left. because everything that I knew of, because my father's sort of been in and out of my life. He's sort of been like the hero when he needs to be, but then just runs away and then comes back in. And he's been there. He's been like one of my greatest supporters, but he's also one of my greatest abandoners.
That part.
So, you know, so I had a modeling of love bombing from the beginning, and then I perpetuated it in my relationships because I was like, that's what love is, and I'm going to confirm this stupid paradoxical bullshit, and okay, that's what love is, blah blah blah. But then I went like no contact with him for like 2 years, and like nothing. He would call, I wouldn't answer, and then I got to a point where I was like, he's got nobody. Like, there's absolutely nobody. So if something were to happen to him, he would literally be like expiring in his own house by himself. And about a month ago, he's like 80. He just turned 80. But about a month ago, my ex stepmother sends me a message, and she's like, your father's in the hospital. And I really like it's this weird sort of limbo when you are estranged with your parent and you've made the decision to not have them in your life. Like, it's this weird limbo where they're sort of like a living ghost. And it's not until something like that where you recognize that they are still embodied. And I struggled with this a lot, and I talk with my partner about it a lot. And there's one thing that really stood out to me that he said that I will just never forget. He said, even if somebody's done something nice to you, nice for you in the past, or was there for you in the past, it doesn't excuse abuse. And that beautiful expression led me to the fact, my personal fact, that my love, or my idea of love, does not include abuse. Love does not include abuse. But we make concessions for people, especially when they birthed us. Concessions that we really wouldn't make for a stranger. And as much as I've got other people around me who are like, it's so sad. It's so sad how your father's living and the way that he's living and all this stuff. But his karma is his karma, and my karma is my karma. And whether you have a mental health issue, unresolved trauma, whether you just don't want to take the time to work on yourself, or like even you've got brain problems. I mean, all of these things, my father is well with it and enough to convince everyone that he's, Professor Lane, and that he doesn't need help and that he's fine. And he was well enough to control himself within environments where his reputation was being being witnessed, but in other environments he couldn't. So that to me was an indication that I was not noticing the inability for him to choose actionable change for the well-being of our relationship. And I will not give concessions to anyone, whether they birthed me or not, whether you are an acquaintance for me or not. If I'm seeing a pattern where you have zero care for my care, I'm going to walk away in self-compassion, but in my brain, I'm going, fuck right the fuck off. Fuck off. I'm too old for this shit. I'm too old for it. If you are not aware of how your being is affecting other human beings, fuck off.
And this is what I gleaned from that, because this is a big one. It sounds like pride.
Yep.
And
Very much so.
that's what happened with my daddy during the whole biggest part of it, was because that's another thing.
Deeper.
Reflecting back is today I was like,
Pride.
yeah, I was at my job that I love. It's I just but I'm cleaning in this retirement community, and I really am waiting for the door to open to not be there, okay? For real. But at the same time, I love my little job. But I was thinking, what part of my family put this pride in that I'm somewhere that I would not have chosen to be where I am, but the way that it went, here I am in my now moment. But I feel this overwhelming sense of pride that I should be somewhere else. Where the hell else am I going to be? Oh, wait a minute. I look back to my baby. I could be with my baby. Well, but you're not.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then reel it back. Then I mop the floor, mop the floor. And I thought about my parents and who put that sense of pride in there. And that's the same thing that my dad did. And I asked myself, when my life went the way that it went, I accomplished everything I wanted to accomplish. And then my life fell apart because I had to deal with the childhood trauma that it finally came to a head. And it was like, you're going to deal with this. And so when I started to focus on dealing with it, I had to let go of everything in order to do that. It was like it got pushed out. I don't know if you heard me say this, but it was like my baby was in a little chair at the top of a volcano, just chilling in her little tiny chair. And all of a sudden the volcano erupted and the lava just pushed her all the way somewhere. And I had to dry up that lava, let it cool down, let it heal off. And then I had to go find her wherever she got.
Beautiful analogy. That's a beautiful.
Thank you. And it was rough. But yeah, so what I did, the main thing when that teeter totter wanted to go to that side or that side, was stay in my now moment. And I hear you. So funny. Was stay about Jenny Lane. I love you. Was stay in my now moment when it would teeter totter back and forth to what I had to glean inside of the thought process. So like what you just said, if I was listening and we wasn't doing this and I was just listening to you and typing in the comments, that's what I would be thinking. That sounds like pride to me.
I've got two incredibly proud parents. And I feel that with pride comes a lot of stubbornness. With pride and honor and reputation comes a lot of right fighting, and you have to sort of understand that both of my parents had to sort of make their way in the world by their intelligence. Their intelligence got them into places. Their level of knowledge opened up doors, especially with my mother in the 60s, that they couldn't be where they were. So being wrong or having a weakness in the identity that they held in being vessels of knowledge, if they were wrong, it was an affront to their actual being. So neither one of my parents are ones to apologize. So my father says this whole spiel, which is beautiful, by the way. He says, I'm human. I'm capable of making mistakes. I will do whatever I can within my power to change those mistakes. Because he'd never like to say I'm sorry. Because sorry means accountability. Sorry means that you've done something wrong. Sorry means that you have to start changing what's going on with whatever. But he wouldn't change. It was just a whole bunch of words for the word sorry. My mother has never apologized to me. I mean, she says, like, she's very empathetic. So she says, like, I'm sorry you're feeling this way or whatever. It wasn't until very recently that she has started to apologize for little things. Like, I'm sorry I couldn't put the dishes in the dishwasher, like that sort of thing. But as far as um, taking accountability, I don't know if it's like the age and the stigma of mental health because they were born in 45 and 46. Um, but but that defensiveness, that having to be right, that having to prove that I'm right, um, or that I have a level of knowledge, or that I I am incapable of making mistakes is something that I had to break down. I had to um, I had to really look at at why I was running to the defensive, why I would yell instead of sit in somebody's uncomfortability. All these really fucking uncomfortable and not the comfortable uncomfortable. I'm talking about like the actual uncomfortable. Like, oh my god, somebody's upset with me. Like, oh, I have to defend myself and justify what I did and all this shit. I just had to take a look at it at the pride of my parents and the stubbornness and the unwillingness to change and the fear of change and see it within myself so that I could start playing around it and start seeing. My parents are beautiful and excellent teachers. They were superb within their field and were beautiful parents who loved and still love me fiercely. But they had their own flaws. And I also want to learn from that and see the flaws within myself that I inherited so that I don't put them not I don't have children to pass it along to, but not put it on to the people that I love. I at this point in time in my life, I'm like I will gladly be like I'm wrong. I'm frequently wrong on Tuesdays or whatever day it is. Like I say that all the time. I'm like I'm frequently wrong. I'm frequently wrong on Saturdays, and I'll tell you like that. Like even just saying I am wrong, that hit me in a part of my body that it didn't need to, and it doesn't need to. That's just that's just that's just bullshit pride. It's just some facade that I inherited that I don't need to perpetuate.
I think to some extent. Oh, sorry, Tina. Did you want to
Oh no,
jump in there?
I would rather hear what you have to say.
I was just going to say, I think that to a certain extent it might be a little bit of a generational thing as well. Whereas, parents, they, their parents never apologized to them. So I've just noticed, just sort of talking sort of with, just friends and community over the time that that generation seemed there was what you were saying pride there was a lot of pride there and I remember and that's a huge thing that has happened within sort of my dad and my stepmother. But my many years ago, when the kids were young, my husband's mum, my mother-in-law, said to me, "Whatever you do, don't apologise to your children." Because that, then they're going to get the wrong idea, and you need to make sure that you're always the one that's, got your hands on the wheel and don't ever apologise to your children. And I just looked at her and said, "Oh, I'm never going to do that. I'm sorry." I said, "I already apologise to my children if I've done something wrong. I would genuinely, sincerely, and I still do, and I always have. If I've made a mistake and I've snapped at them, or I've made a wrong judgment call, or if I've done something, I'm apologising to them. And not only am I apologising to them, I'm going to mean it from the bottom of my heart. I want them to know that well, not only am I genuinely really sorry that that I wasn't in my most I messed up. Oh, my daughter's here. I'll be super quick. She's just popped in for Easter. But and now my dog's going off. But yeah,
That's what
it's.
I
I think
love,
it's just
baby.
so important to be able to be vulnerable, because that's what it is, isn't it? It's showing your kids vulnerability, and that it's okay to mess up. It's okay to make mistakes, but it's how we move on from that. And one of the things with my dad and my stepmother is there was just an inability to ever apologise. And the interesting thing is that I've actually, when I was younger, sure, but in the last decade, I've never expected an apology. But what has often happened is that they're so caught in their own sort of patterns of guilt, and trying to somehow rationalise what was a completely irrational situation, that they will just bring it up, especially my stepmother, who is she's a she's a sociopath. So she's a very, very interesting, very dangerous, actually, woman. But so she will just, we hardly ever very like often saw each other, but when we would, she would just bring up situations and start sort of flying around these accusations and talk about things that were just out of line and so not a projection of what actually happened. And then I'm then in the position of having to say, no, hang on here, that's actually not the case, or that's actually not what happened. And often when I was younger, I let it go because I just didn't want this ridiculous drama all the time of having to defend 6, 7, 8 and upwards children who were terribly traumatized and abused by this woman and my dad. And making excuses. My eldest my stepsister was removed from DHS because the school finally was like, why is this girl covered in bruises for the last however many years she's been at the school? But and they will, and there are just so many things that they were just trying to justify, and I didn't even expect an apology, but it was just that absolute just inability to within their own selves, because they're obviously dealing with their own inner world and whatever it is that they've got going on for them, their own selves. So it's this constant battle of justification, and I can't give that to them. That's not ever going to be something that I can give them my love, I can give them my forgiveness, which I already have, but I cannot justify the unjustifiable. So, that becomes, a circular, relationship that unfortunately hasn't been able to, to move forward. But yeah, I think the pride's a huge thing. Even within myself, that's been one of the biggest things I've had to constantly learn to taper and move through, and move on from, and and try to work within that space of humility and that heart space, because I think we all at times can dig our heels in a little bit, or see things very much through through our lens, and be like, not what I'm not going to apologise. You're the one that you started it. Like, why should I? But now I'm just like, you know what? Maybe I did say something that I'm sorry. It's that whole thing. What's that Hawaiian? That hope I can never say it properly.
Yeah.
That statement, I love you, I'm sorry, and they did it in the different jails and whatever, and it had a profound effect, because it's about healing, isn't it? Like, and if I can say sorry to someone and it facilitates healing, and I mean it. I'm gonna mean it, even if maybe I'm struggling a little bit to see maybe what I exactly did. If that person's hurting, then geez, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the situation's happened, and I'm facilitating healing wherever I can. But I've got to go because I have my beautiful daughter here, and I've got to keep cooking up with the storm, and I have to keep eating chocolate.
I love you so much. You're
Have
so
so
right.
much fun. Eat
Go
chocolate
celebrate
all
with the
day.
family, girl.
Much love to you all.
You too, Melanie. Thank you. Wowza. Yeah, that I think that all of the things that went on with my children, the single thing besides our natural born love for each other was that I apologized to them. That's what I really attribute to us going back and forth reciprocally with love to each other is that acknowledging mistakes and let them see and like, wow, this is a dynamic that really couldn't have been helped. And if it could have been helped, she's explained why she could have done it different. And that means true remorse, the repentance part. So yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we can do things like that. I mean, I think like I came up with a family that sounds very similar to like Jenny's. My parents were educators, my grandparents were educators as well, and also involved in political venues and high posts in places. So like I was raised to like play a part, but on the other side of things, I also was involved in a lot of drama, and really traumatic events. So when you're on one side of the field and then expect to put up a face in another side of the field, and my biological father was married 5 times. I've been through many stepmothers besides my mother, to where we were running and escaping from the situation all the time and then being found and brought back. And so like I feel like, my grandparents' parents came from the old country. So, in that generation, they were made to have a stiff upper lip, brush things under the rug. They literally came from a time before that where, like maybe they were indentured servants or, like whatever the situation was, like that kind of stuff is like generational or even in our DNA code, right? So like those core belief systems that were meant to be, are attitudes that, are belief systems in raising people that were shame, blame, that was like put upon children. There's just like really, it's epigenetics, right, Jenny? That's epigenetics that we're healing now. And so like a lot, like I'm 60 years old now, and I'm just like still pulling the stuff out of my body, the things like we've talked about, the fascia healing before, and the illnesses and the diseases that come upon us, which is like the dis-easement in our mind, body, and soul, and in our cellular makeup. And like I hadn't seen my biological father for a long time, and then he called me and asked me to come take care of him, like when he had cancer and then had to have his leg amputated, and I was like, wow, and I did it. And like that's caretaker syndrome. Like all my life I was a caretaker. Go take care of the grandparents, go back and take care of your father, and I did it. But then I ended up leaving like just a couple weeks before he passed away, and then I left
I
because
want to know
he
too.
attacked me again. He attacked me again in the bathroom, like over a song, because I had the radio on in the bathroom, and he didn't like the song that was on, and he burst into the bathroom and attacked me again. Like I was like, this is like gonna sound crazy, but like we had a huge fight. He attacked me again in the bathroom. I'm like out there, like his prosthesis fell off. I was like, Snumpy wants his leg. Here's a mirror. Talk to your fucking self like that. Like you're gonna be a caretaker. You're fighting with your 86-year-old father, and I'm like, what is going on here? Oh, nice words from a light worker, but like,
Wait, what does
and
Ramdas
listen,
says?
and
Ramdas
I'm
says,
working, and like, so I wanted to be like with you guys. I was working in an assisted living center at the same time, taking care of dementia patients too. Like I'm supposed to know better than to act like this. Oh, guys, like so I was sitting here listening to you guys, like waiting to tell my story. Like, oh my gosh, yeah, this stuff really happens. Hold yourself down. Yeah, this really happens. Oh, I'm gonna go back and take care of Daddy-O. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes.
It's true, though.
Please, I'm getting shivers. So listen, I want to be like my parents are on the other side. I'm getting
I'm
shivers
just
right now because
envisioning this
my
whole thing with the
relationship with
leg.
him from the other side is much better now. Like in spirit, oh yeah, we
Right
get along
on.
now. After that, I was jumping up and
That's
down
what
on
I'm
my
hoping
rebounder
for.
going, I'm so happy my dad is gone. I was all happy. Listen,
But
I
like
can
that must have
honestly
been
say
hard.
now there's little
No?
things I miss. Like then you know, after I had some time to grieve and grief hit me hard, I actually was feeling that in my lungs. Like the grief started hitting me and I'm like started thinking about other stuff like, oh, remember when I was 7 and he took me for a cinnamon ice cream cone? And I'm
Oh
like, oh my
yeah.
God,
Oh
what is the
God.
matter with you? You miss this man? Shit. I'm like,
Mm,
That's
that's where
exactly
I'm
where we
at.
at.
That's
so
where I'm at.
now I'm
Yep.
spiraling. I'm like,
Jinx.
oh
Remember
my
when he came to my
gosh.
field hockey games and he cheered me
No, remember
on?
when
And
I
then I'm
was
like,
18 and I
remember
didn't
he
see
hit you
him
with the
all my life,
diabetes
and then I
bag,
saw
Jenny?
that person in the back of my graduation and I'm looking, I'm like, is that my father?
Oh
Oh my
shit.
God, he showed up. Do I know you? Are you kidding me? Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
that's what it
we
is.
go
That's
through
what it
our
is though,
things with grief.
Kimberly.
Like, what's he doing here? I know it because how could I miss it? My face looks just like his.
Same.
It's holding the space. It's holding the space for the father that was there
Yes.
and did hold you, but also having grace for the father that did not have the
Mm-hmm.
same tools that we have today.
Correct.
Yeah, my
And
daddy
that
was eight
it's a
years
hard
old.
place.
He was 8 years old when they made him milk cows. Like he had to get up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and go milk cows at 8 years old. I mean, no wonder he was
Tina,
burnt out.
Tina, my father was out on the shores of Plum Island, which was like this tiny little island off the coast of Massachusetts, at like 4 or 5, like trying to clam. Like he was
This,
clamming because his single
so
mother
my
was
dad was a
drinking
fireman.
everything. and, and like that's
He
crazy.
had to run in and out of
Oh,
fires. God bless him. He was at 9/11. So like I want to be like,
oh
okay,
damn.
honor the service, right? And so there were times I had to be on parades and I rode on the fire truck and I had to put on those white tights and those pant leather shoes and then get on the fire truck and do this and pretend I was a princess, and then in the background all this other stuff was going on that nobody knew about. Pomp and
Like on the chimney
circumstance.
sweep. Yep,
Yeah.
pomp and circumstance. Got to
That's what I was
maintain the
saying about the
reputation.
pride.
That's
Yep.
it.
No, they wasn't even the real life. It was like a whole nother, like, that's when we talk about the timelines, which I wrote a note. So switching a little bit, the timelines for that. So when I look at the overlap in timelines, like, how is this even possible? So trying to, not just trying to, because I'm doing it. Just trying ain't doing, says Yoda. Living in the now moment is pulling all of the timelines together. So
Yeah.
this is how deep this is for me. I start to think about the timeline that he will not, if he has set on, he's gonna unalive. That's his MO.
Mm-hmm.
He's got my cousin that abused me doing the paperwork. Um, I'm preparing, gearing up for this unalivement, and I'm simultaneously praying for his mindset to change, for him to
Mm-hmm.
change, because that's my mission on planet Earth. And my own father won't listen to me. My own father
Mm-hmm.
doesn't honor my mission on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's how much they come at me, bro and broettes. Like they go through my children, my father, everything. And that was the kickoff here about what it pulls on your heart space and your mind. Like, how do we separate that? Because this is a heart brain coherence
So
type
here's the
thing.
thing, when I got sick and I was in a coma, my dad had to come and rescue my son, and my son had to come here and stay with him while I was in a coma. So then he came through and he became like a helper to my child when I couldn't be.
Mm.
The victim, rescuer, perpetrator triangle.
But sometimes the
Yeah.
hero really, really likes to gather, how can I say this, merit points, redemption
So
points. So it's not even necessarily for for like seva, for selfless service. It's for, oh, like, especially if you grew up in a Christian household, it's I have to do this in order for me to get to heaven now. So it's the whole, like, I didn't grow up with Christian parents, but it's the whole it's the whole, I love you, but I'm going to help you with strings attached.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That
And you
me
have to
milk.
recognize that, like, you have to recognize that that goes back to the same, like, what is your intention? Like, it's the talk that we were having before, like it I think it's beautiful that people are teaching what they're teaching, but what is the intention of why you're teaching what you're teaching? Are you teaching what you're teaching so that you can fulfill some pride? Are you teaching what you're teaching um, to get to the pearly gates? Or are you just sharing what you have and the knowledge that you've gleaned from all of these beautiful humans so that we can all be liberated from this bullshit, suffering, unnecessary pain that does come with this existence?
Yeah, the purifying of my own heart. I mean, that's back to the selfish mode. I can't live in my
It's not
own.
fucking selfish. That's
I
not
know, but
selfish.
the lingo.
I hear you,
That's the
sister. I hear you.
overcoming. You
That's
know,
the word I don't want anybody to call me, because my father is really fucking selfish. Really, really fucking selfish. I didn't want to be that way. But even selflessness ends up becoming selfish.
it has to be. It has to be right now because living inside of my skin with this purification of the heart process that's happening on planet Earth. When I think about not being able to truly unconditionally love and forgive my father, when we talk about burning in hell, like the religious people would say that you're going to go burn in hell somewhere if you can't be truly unconditionally loving and forgiving and all this type shit. No, that's happening right
That's
now.
cool.
That's in my
Yeah.
heart right now. I'm feeling this in my skin. I am feeling the ethers. I'm feeling the whole, I have to repent and purify my mindset. I have to figure out how I can give. There's a reason I'm 15 hours away from my father, because if I was there, I would be there with him. And I know that he has to go through his own set of stuff that he's got to go through. But that's when I think about the timelines, like how far out in generations of lifetimes after lifetimes, if that's how it goes, do I get to ever have a beautiful arrangement with my original father that I loved until I was 8 years old? And that's the same with my baby. So that's why it feels like when a car jumps time and like you can't get it back, it's like pretty much the car's trashed. That's how it feels. So staying in the now moment is the only thing that
Only thing.
works.
That's it.
Kind of works.
That's it. That's all that
It's
exists.
everything.
Like that. That's all that exists.
Yep.
And that, and when I think about the people that have harmed me intentionally or unintentionally, um, one of the most beautiful practices in Buddhism is meditation, which is loving kindness meditation, and that's where you sit and you go, to the people that you love, like, may you have peace, may you have love, may you have kindness, may you have compassion, blah blah blah. But you're supposed to go through it, love, like, somebody that you love, somebody that you're neutral with, and somebody that you hate or
Yeah.
despise or whatnot. But that, like, hate one, that's very difficult. It, like, forgiveness to me is very sticky. I'm still trying to work through that for me, but it's a matter of, ultimately, for me, it's a matter of finding peace within myself and having the self compassion to not let the past transactions steal from this present moment, which is very difficult for me. It's very difficult for me, but when I get in that, like, I even the word forgiveness, it just I'm still working through it, but as a wordsmith, it's sort of like I'm like for meaning into the future. I'm giving you peace into our future in this present now so that we can heal from the past. But it doesn't mean that I have to have a relationship with you. It doesn't mean that you have to acknowledge your wrongdoings or the things that hurt me, that affected my being. Not even wrong, but just affected my being. But that I can be in this moment with your being that is in this moment and give you grace. Because if I had been born my father, chances are most likely I would have ended up just like him.
I found the mute button for myself. I just was like,
No!
you didn't hear me. I finally found the
Hi,
mute button for
Robin!
myself. Yes.
Hi, Robin. Vishen
Hi.
Lakhiani has a really good meditation for that, and so does the Moonly app has the peace and kindness meditation. They have hundreds of meditations on that app. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at it. It's kind of like being the peacekeeper's got like roots to it in the I am enough stuff, or then
I just love the loving kindness, the meta meditation, because it's really just offering, and you also include yourself. So you say
right.
like, may he, may she, may you, may I, and whatever, like I personally like to go with health, safety, love, compassion, joy. Because I feel like if you don't have health, joy is going to be really fucking hard. If you don't have safety, like love and compassion and joy are going to be hard. So those are the beginning ones for me. Health and safety, and then the rest of them. But offering them to people like certain leaders that we have right now is a little more challenging for me. But I do it because it gives me a centered peace, and it remains a practice for me to check my own judgments where I have biases, and ultimately I like to return to the idea, not just empathetically but completely and immersively, that if I had grown up in it, like anytime I'm like, what the fuck, how can somebody be so ignorant, how can somebody be so unkind, how can somebody be so cruel? But if I had grown up in a war-torn place, or grown up with materialistic, like super focused parents who were neglectful and didn't give a shit about me, but again, who am I to say that I wouldn't have been in that place now? So the fact that I had two parents that did what they could to offer me love in the way that they were not loved, I feel like I'm a step ahead. I feel like I'm a lap ahead. And from here, I can offer compassion for somebody whose suffering is spilling over because they did not have what I did. That's privilege. That's a privilege that I'm recognizing in
Well,
myself.
I love that you said that. And another thing about that I was leaning to, because that's how I do things about processing it, is that you're when you talk about getting out there in relationships like that and having issues with it, everybody wasn't like, you probably encountered people who were really dealing with a lot of stuff because they didn't get that. You know what I mean? Like, you attract something. Like they say, you get what you are, what you attract, and all this other kind of stuff. But when you really do have a good basis, like I really worked on my stuff from my childhood. So when I went into dynamics, I had a good basis of healing, but when they knew about my childhood, they held it against me. So that was them. That wasn't me.
That's
So
fucking awful. I'm
it's
sorry.
terrible.
I'm
It's fucking
sorry.
terrible. You hear me?
That makes
Terrible.
you not want to be that would make me not want to be vulnerable.
Oh, it's
And
my
that's what
life.
it's about.
Yes, for sure.
Like
Yeah.
people love to I feel I've been feeling very much lately that a lot of all this bullshit, especially in the West, and I don't want to attribute it to the Abrahamic faiths because it's not just the Abrahamic faiths, but there is a deep sort of sweating out your pores of of guilt and shame and judgment. Like you're supposed to carry around this guilt and shame and judgment, and you're supposed to place it upon somebody else. And like even a video that I did last night, I was like, I've been doing this. It's been a practice. Like if anybody comes at me with like their own perception of me feeling guilty about something, um, I'm just like, I refuse your guilt. I'm literally like, I refuse your guilt. Like, I want to say rebuke, but I don't. But like, I refuse your guilt. I refuse your shame. I've got enough of it that I'm working on myself. And what I hope to do is that is not put it onto somebody else. Like I think that these are feelings that are beautiful for us to recognize and acknowledge in awareness. Like if you're feeling guilt or shame, like okay, like it's just a signpost. I call it like it's a signpost, but don't mistake the signpost that says 20 miles to Las Vegas for being Las Vegas. It's just a way, it's just a thermometer that shows us where we need to go from here in this now moment. But people love to like place all of these things on other people on how they're supposed to behave, and so that they can have righteous indignation and superiority over somebody so that they don't have to work on their own shit. Like I want people to feel what they need to feel without having to put extra on them.
I want to kind of hop in on that one. Um, I'm sitting here listening to everyone, and I'm kind of, and I'm always looking for ways to connect, identify, and what have you. And I'm really struggling tonight. Um, I don't have a lot of memory connections, or like for me, before I was 13. When I was 13, I was in a jaywalking accident, and all most of my memories are prior to that are flash memories. There are a very limited few, uh, like short little snippet, like short videos that I remember. Um, and my father was out of the house by the time I was 5, and I didn't connect with him till I was 27. Um, and my after right after the accident is when the abuse in the home with my mother's husband had started, and it went on for 3 years. And my three sisters, I don't recall any memories of them during my childhood prior to the accident, and I very little after. So for me, um, my concept of family connections and what dynamics and what have you is mostly with my mom and her husband, which of course, nothing good out of the husband. Um, and with my mom, with her memory, because of what she went through, not being available in any healthy way for me. Uh, she carried on that, well, you're the woman, you're to blame. And I think because of that, and the combination of the brain injury from the accident, um, the way I connect and the way, like I said earlier, everybody's family, because my concept of family, I don't have the experience that most people here. And oftentimes when I listen to people, it really kind of throws me, it really kind of throws me for a loop. Um, when I am uh, when I'm engaging with others, I see the person and the behavior separately. They aren't the same. They aren't one and the same. And so when like I have an issue right that I'm struggling with right now, of certain individuals who you were speaking on certain behaviors that, as an individual, as a human being, I love them to pieces. Unfortunately, the behaviors that they practice, with the challenges I have with the scrambled brain and the multiple thoughts going at once, and the difficulty sometimes focusing on top of the other challenges, with the combination from the brain injury and such, um, I have to set limits, because sometimes I can get so scrambled that literally I could go for a day or two, not even remember to eat, not remember to bathe. Not, I mean, my brain literally gets that scrambled. Um, so for me, I think I have had to compartmentalize separating the people from the behaviors. And I think that because of my going through that history of combination of, I have the flashes of the trauma was from before the accident, the trauma of the accident, and then the 3 years going through, and then the last 3 years of back to backs as well. Um, and I think that even though, and I often talk about there, when you look for it, there's value in even the difficult things, is the value in all of that I've gone through with the challenges I have with the way my brain works. And, as I often comment of being neurospicy, my brain, um, that gives me the benefit of being able to hold space for the individual in spite of the behaviors they're exhibiting, which pushes me to have a to focus more on the underlying, like, I'm trying to be careful because I have certain values that I'm trying to really hold firm on. Um, there's been a couple of individuals who, when engaging, would say one thing, and then it kind of sometimes feel, I can't distinguish what exactly it is. As an individual, I have compassion and love for them, but some of the things that are going on, I don't know if it's mental health. I don't know if it's behavioral, patterning. But what I know is, with I have to know what my limits are, and the behaviors don't, for me, align with what I grasp as spiritual concepts. Um, so I have to put a very firm wall there. It's not that I don't love the person. It's that it's kind of like, you're gonna hang around and take care of some lions, and there's something unsafe. You got to have that wall between you. You know. Um, but the compassion and love for the individual is there. Doesn't mean to negate my safety, or to create an environment where I become disabled, hindered, or unable to function in a way naturally in life to be able to take care of things that need to be taken care of.
I just said, get happy, Wisdom Weaver, in your heart. I'm sending you good love in your heart.
Yeah.
You're so strong.
Thank
I
you.
love you.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Welcome.
Robin.
So I had like so much that I really wanted to say, like, and I'm trying to make mental notes because we'll say I'm traveling on my magic carpet ride, like, you know what I mean? But no, and then I was in the Dollar Tree and I wanted so badly to be like blah, 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 but there was like 5 million people around me, it felt like, so I'm like they would all probably look at me like I'm weird, but I mean, not like I care. Anyways, okay, enough rambling. So thank you for having me, by the way. And so when you guys were talking just a little bit ago, about like Jenny Lane, I think you said about, like, you know, knowing that your parents loved you in the way that they could, or better than they had, or whatever. I don't remember your exact words, so I can't quote it like that. But I, it's been really not difficult, but a very conscious choice lately, and it keeps getting like thrown in my face by my spirit guides, of being able to know that my definition and my ability, or in the style that I give love to people, or what love means to me, right, is not going to be the same as they would receive it, right? It's not going to mean the same thing. And I also need to remember that, therefore, if they don't take my actions of love as love, and they get upset and say I don't love them, like, that's, for one, that's not on me necessarily, right? But I if I'm not going to say if I care enough, because that just sounds like rude and arrogant, but um if I would like to maintain that relationship with this person, you know what I mean, then I need to make the conscious effort to understand what love means to them, right? And then also, I'm going to kind of squirrel here, guys. Bear with me because this is all the mental notes I've been making. And then when it comes to the aspect of parents, and this part has been so difficult because we get shown trauma and we get shown things like over and over, like even when we think we've passed it, and then it comes up and says, no, I'm still here, bitches. Like, you know what I mean? And so you're like, oh, you're here. I didn't realize you were coming back. But when we realize, for me, when I realized that my parents, even at any given age that I was, that I may have felt like I was not shown love, or like I didn't matter, or like they didn't care. I have to, for myself, keep in mind that going through my journey now, they were going through a journey. They were maybe not even aware or conscious of the fact that they had trauma that they had not dealt with. And they may not have even realized that they needed to deal with trauma. They may have just thought that it was themselves that was doing this, and that's all they could be, right? And so when they created their identity out of their trauma, probably. And so I now am at a place where I can look back at some of my inner child shit that I am still dealing with, that I am still upset. I'm still allowing myself to feel those feelings that I'm that I had in that time that everything happened or whatever. I'm okay and validating my own feelings at that. But now, from this perspective, I'm realizing that they did the things in the way that they knew how to do the things, right? And the fact that they had their journey that they were on, and they may not have been aware. And that's okay for me to accept as my older self right now, but it's still difficult to accept as my inner child. And that's where I have to go to her, and I have to hug her, and I have to validate her and tell her, whatever you're feeling at the age of 5 or 7 or 9, it's okay. You are so allowed to feel exactly how you feel. But I'm here to tell you that I'm protecting you, and you will never have to go through this feeling ever again. We don't have to carry it anymore. And now we can go, like I did the mini meditation in Azrael's Live the other day, right? And we can go through and we can say, we may not even at that age be able to say, I forgive you for not having the tools to handle this in a better way where I didn't feel this way. But if I'm holding my own hand at that age and being this age, I know that I'm protecting me and I'm standing up for me. And so in that aspect, I'm okay with telling my parents at whatever age that it's okay to be you, because that's all I would want anybody to tell me, that it was okay to be. I may not have had the tools to, like, because trust me, I have fucked up royally so many times with my children. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, there's been shit that I've done that if I, yeah, no, you know what I mean?
That's one of the worst parts, though, is thinking about how we feel when we hurt our children, that's how our parents somehow or another must have felt hurting us. But then I go, did mine even really notice?
See, that's what I'm saying. The awareness factor, right? So we don't know, and I have full body chills. So this is a definite thing right now, is that they may not have even had the awareness of thinking outside of what they were going through. So we were literally just the what do you call it when it's oh my gosh, it went off the tip of my tongue. Like innocent bystanders, or like when you're whatever. Anyways, when you're like not meant for the target, you know what I'm saying? But you're the access, like the people outside of the target, but you still get hurt. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I can't think of the word.
I'm gonna say ripple effect, but I don't know. Like, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Okay. So see, like, so in that
Damage
aspect,
by proxy.
There you
yeah,
go.
yeah. Like, so in that aspect, it's like they didn't mean to hurt me because they didn't have the awareness that they were hurting me, right? But they didn't also have the awareness that I was there to be affected. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I felt invisible. Like,
right.
Did you even know you had a kid?
Right. Yeah. Well,
I
and
know she knows, because I heard about the 36 hours in labor with no pain medication and nobody there. Charity house, like, I knew she knew.
72 for my mother. I never forgot
my
that number.
gosh.
72 hours, Jennifer.
No pain
Okay.
medicine.
Okay.
Nobody in
I
the room
know.
with me. Nobody was there.
I didn't even get to hear my birth story. I never heard my birth story. Like, because I mean, I was adopted at 3 days old. So like my birth story was, there was a stork that brought you to me, like whatever, you know what I mean?
Well, look at it this way. You also didn't have a guilt story that was attached to you.
It's a long time for me to stand up to that one.
You're the reason why I gained 40 pounds and then ended up being 300 pounds. Okay, thanks, Mom, but I'm 45 years old.
I remember screaming, Mama, Mama, when I was being born. I remember that. And then I got bigger and I'm like, why did I just not even encourage her? We both would have just perished, and then none of us would be going through this shit right now. And then, that's
and I mean, and I know like Jenny Lane, I don't know if the rest of you have ever really heard parts of my story of my womb donor. But I mean, so trust me, the guilt of other things that happened in her life because of me have been there.
I have a son I gave up for adoption, and he's got a lot of shit that he had to hear from me,
Right.
So right. I get that side of it too.
Yeah. And so I mean, I guess like it's just, for me, it's and now both of my parents, my mom and my dad, the ones that adopted me, that raised me, that whatever, both of them are gone. So I am in this challenging point of don't do it, Robin. Stop it. Don't do it. I'm getting ready to walk into Walmart. That's why I'm like, don't do it. Don't be an emotional roller coaster right now.
It's Walmart, shoot.
I know, right?
Do you know how many people are crying while they're buying eggs at Walmart because they're so expensive?
Right? I know.
Just become a part of the flow.
For me to go into Walmart though is a huge victory. Like, I'm like, I don't do Walmart.
It's true. I'm proud of you.
See, and that's why I'm like, if I take you guys in there with me, you guys are going to have the most comical fucking event you've ever seen in your life. I'm just saying.
That's
We're
what I'm
here with
about. I
you.
got some
Sitting at
popcorn.
Walmart too.
Sisterhood in
Right?
arms,
So
in
so
hearts.
so when I think about the fact that they're not here anymore to even ask ask the questions to, or to get the reasoning from, or to even bring awareness to them in the ways that I felt, I have to figure out how to move past that myself, so I can actually be okay connecting with them on the other side. And that part is we have a hard enough fucking time trying to heal ourselves shit. You know what I mean? That we bring on ourselves, let alone healing parental shit when they're not even around to be like, why? You know what I mean? And so I I just have to know. And that doesn't mean, and I'll get off my soapbox here in a second, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to feel the abandonment feelings, or the vengeful shit either, like, ever again in my life, just because I know how to process, or in the moments that I have the capacity to say, I forgive you for not having the tools to know better or to do better or whatever. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to, at another moment in my life, a day later, have like my 10 minutes of like, fuck you, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
That's
So
still intellectualizing it, though. The issue, what I glean with what you're dealing with, is you're having to incorporate your heart, the heart brain coherence, because I know what it's like to intellectualize your life and be a good-hearted person, but your heart is under armor because it don't know which way it needs to go, because it's so much to process.
right.
So that heart brain coherence frequency is really good for you. And you know what? I got a lot of questions for you, Robin.
Ask away, baby, ask away. I got
Okay.
nothing but time.
All right. So
Shopping at Walmart.
uh,
Help her get through
Look,
Walmart.
I'm gonna show you. Hold on. Let me just show you. Let me show
Let's
you
see.
guys.
I want to see
Like,
the
I have
evidence
not
that you're at
even
Walmart.
I have not even gotten
Yeah,
out of my
really.
fucking car yet, bro.
You can do it. You can do it.
we believe in you.
Walmart.
Just put
Oh
the
boy.
beautiful
So
bubble
I was
around you.
talking earlier about my biological father, but I didn't tell you guys that after all that trauma drama stuff, that I was adopted at the age of 7, and then I told you my biological father showed up at my graduation when I was 18. And then I didn't necessarily see him all my life. I did come back and take care of him again later in my 50s when he called me and asked me to come and take care of him. I did meet him when he got married to his, well, he married my one stepmother twice, third wife and fifth wife, okay? So this person was in and out of my life. I was adopted and raised by other people, my mother and my father. So my story is a little bit of a roundabout different way of living. I didn't tell like everything that was going on there. So this person that I was talking about, they would like come in, like, try to kidnap me and my mother, take me away, bring me back. When we talk about trauma drama, I didn't go the full circle of that. I have done the baby in the womb meditation and go back to my mother's womb to see, where I came from there. So when I say like, my parents are like much better parents from the other side now, to like renew that relationship, to figure out, because, it was only after my own NDA experiences that I started having like being a conduit for some of these abilities and meeting these spirits, like understand like who I am, to come into my own physical embodiment and like understand more of who I am, that I could have these experiences and have relationships with these people. Because like, like some of you guys could say like your parents are here, and those are like hard things to deal with, because everybody has their own individual experiences. And like then sometimes we're getting to know people from the other side to figure out like who we are now. And I was like healing illnesses because, like I said, at one point I got really sick, and that person came and got my son while I was in a coma, because, they said I'd never wake up or walk or talk again. And so, like, where was my child going to go when, like, I'm not even getting into the story about my husband right now, because he's like a psychopath on the other side. And my child needed a place to go. And that's when that person came. And so, like, when we're weaving our way around relationships with people, there's a whole lot to find out. And things, can change in a minute. Like, I live in New York. In a New York minute, things
Hmm.
can change. And so we
Yeah, you're
think
right.
New
about,
York
I
like,
started
minute.
this live saying I don't
in
like
New
change.
York minute.
Ooh. I love change.
Yeah, but
I
things
sometimes do, but
changing. I
oh,
love change too, because things are changing every second. Snap, 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 abracadabra. It's all
yeah,
changing
I've
right
never
now,
come to realize that.
right?
Um,
And so like, I'm so like the healing I'm doing is healing things with me and my son now, because then I was out of his life for a long time. Right. And so the healing that I'm doing is healing these people that I didn't know, that I do know now in spirit, are healing the things with me and my child while I was gone out of his life, because I went through tremendous illness where they said I'd never walk or talk again. Like, oh, she's brain dead. No, I'm not. She's never going to walk again. Yes, I do. I walk, I talk, I'm healing this. You heard that child in there laughing when I said I got to mute this for a minute because he's in there making noise. Thank the Lord. I'm going to say that. I love that word. Oh, my sweet Lord. Thank you. Like, all these conversations, we're weaving our way around. Like, I fully believe we can heal anything and anything with our own intention. And, with any energetic being from the other side, because like all of a sudden they're there. So I just wanted to make that statement.
I agree on the healing for sure. I want to ask Robin about because of the heart brain coherence and the
Mm-hmm.
spirit and the will you mute Kimberly for a little bit, please? Thank
Yep.
you. Whenever the being born, okay, because I this is like healing in every direction for me, and to hear it from somebody who's lived it, I know you can intellectualize it, just to explain it, articulate it. Did you have any memory of biologically from your biological dynamic? Like, did you talk to them before when you got older, or have any feelings or want to know or connection?
I had to unmute. I was like, hold on, my hands are full. Yes. So, a little bit. I swear to God, these people in this motherfucker.
Well,
Okay,
maybe you
telling you right now.
got this.
This is a freaking hard ass thing for me to do right now. Okay,
What are we doing here? Look, I'll just tap. I don't even know what we're doing.
like these I'm not a very good public people person. Like, not,
No,
not at all.
we deal with the same thing. We don't get
And
out. We don't unless we got to.
And then people fucking stare at me, or like, so me and security here at Walmart, we got issues. We've had issues. We done been through issues. Because so, hold on, and I'll answer your question. I was just
We need to just wait. We could do this in a little bit.
no, we're good, we're good. So I was just gonna run down a little bit of like the reason that we have issues, because so I'm not a normal person. We all know that, right? And what is normal? And so
You're
so
hard. That's normal.
right. So, oh my God, if this thing doesn't ring up, I swear I'm in. Okay, I was about to throw it. So 3-3. Look, I'm gonna show you guys something. Hold on. This is crazy. Let me flip my camera. Save. 3-3-3. 3-30. That's crazy. That's dope, though.
I have
Okay.
3.3K in my thingy. I just looked up and saw that. That's epic. Yep.
So anyways, so I've shopped weird. I am a weird shopper. Well, so we've had a few run-ins with each other where waiting for finish and pay. I did finish and pay. Thank you. So they have followed me, and then they've tried to make the registers not work for me when I've scanned stuff at self checkout. And they've been like, well, we'll take you over at this register, trying to think that like I have something in my pockets or some shit, right? And then they realize that they're wrong. So then they feel bad, and then I pretend like I'm on the phone with my lawyer. You want my receipt? Thank you, honey. You too.
Oh, my lawyer.
That's the only person that I talk to in this motherfucker. So anyways, so yeah, so then I pretend like I'm on the phone with my lawyer when this happens, and I'm like, so what is your role here at Walmart, and what do you do, and is it normal for you to like take people from one register where it's kind of working to like another register where you have to scan everything, because that doesn't seem like a normal practice there, buddy. But anyways, they just don't like me and I don't like them. So now to answer your question.
But you made it. You did it.
I did.
You did it. You're outside again. Well done.
I know. I'm like, I can breathe. This is
over now.
I know. Whew. But see, the reason why I was even making faces is because security was sitting there walking down the on the outside of the aisle that I was walking down, and I'm like, we're not doing this today, buddy. We're not. Because my live people will see how crazy.
Not today, security. Not today.
Yeah, so now I have to turn my camera off so they don't. So my magic carpet ride doesn't get anything, you know. But yes, so I knew from a young age. I think I was about 5 when I found out that I was adopted, and I didn't even know what it meant. And the cool thing was there was a letter that my womb donor had written when I was born, I guess. And somehow my mom had got it, and she put it in my baby book. And I kind of remember her showing me some things in my baby book when I was younger. But when I was about 14 or 15, I went to visit her in New Mexico, and she gave me my baby book, and she showed me the letter. And she had signed it, "You Are My Sunshine." And the really cool part is like, so that's the song that I like immediately when my kids were first born, that was the first song I ever sang to them. And then so I had this knowledge growing up, and I always wanted to know what I looked like. So when my son was born, he had an arrhythmia heartbeat. And by the time he was about a year old, I got tired of going to the doctors and they'd ask the family history, and I'd say, well, we'll just put down whatever you want. Let's do a drawing out of a hat and we can just go with it because I don't know. And so it really made me want to know, because this is my child's health that we're talking about. So I asked my mom and my dad if they could help me to figure out a way to find out health information, or the attorney, or anything, so I could be able to help my son's health. And my dad was the one that actually gave me the attorney's number. So I called the attorney's office. He said, and mind you, I was about 22, I think, 22, 23 when this happened. And I called and he said, "I remember your case like it was yesterday." And I said, "What?" And he says, "You have a grandfather who calls up here every year to ask if I've heard anything, or if I know anything about you, or if you've tried to come looking. You have an aunt who hasn't moved out of the same house that they all lived in when you were given up for adoption, just in case you ever came looking. And as far as your mom goes, she's actually in jail right now. He didn't tell me what for. So he said, "Would you like their phone numbers, or can I give them your phone number so they can talk to you?" And I said, "Well, sure, I would love it. Yeah." So the first person that I talked to was my grandfather, who actually died a month, or unalived, sorry, about a month later, after I spoke to him. Um, and then I spoke to my aunt, and I could feel, it was so crazy because like I could feel the love that she had for me, like so strong. She even went into foster care because she wanted to be able to give children that were given up a home so that they could feel love. Um, and so, so then I called the jail that my womb donor was in, and the guy was so freaking funny. So funny because he's like, so yeah, she's in here. And I'm like, okay, well, what are her charges, if you don't mind me asking? Like, he's like, well, let me take a look. And then he goes, are you sitting down? And when he said that, I'm like, what do you mean? All these thoughts went through my head of like, is she an unaliver? Do I have unaliver blood going through me? Like, what did she do? Oh my God. Like, what kind of DNA do I have? Like, I was tripping. And so I'm like, okay. So, and then he goes, so, and it was, I'm not saying like crime is like, not like it's, oh, that's all, but like she had some stupid charge of she took this guy that she was dating, she took his checkbook when they broke up or something and like wrote herself a check, and then she took his car, and he got mad because she had another dude in it or something, and so he reported it as stolen or something. Just, I'm not saying stupid stuff, but like not as drastic and dramatic as I thought it was going to be by telling somebody, are you sitting down? So I told the bailiff guy, I said, let me just tell you, if this circumstance ever arises again, you might just not want to approach it in that fashion because you kind of freaked me out. Anyways, so then I asked him if she could call me or whatever, and I explained who I was, and he said, yeah, I can have her call you. And I said, okay. So she called me, and there was even a newspaper article that wound up coming out about me finding her. And it was called A Christmas Miracle Can Always Happen, no matter how old you are. And so she called me, and it was wild because immediately I knew she was my mom. And I mean, I won't call her that very much anymore at all because she's not. But immediately I just knew it was her. She was on her way to prison. So I wasn't going to be able to talk to her very often. And I wound up running up 3 different phone numbers, mind you, over the course of the next like 6 months, because I changed my phone number so I could accept her collect calls from prison. And then she got mad at me because I couldn't send her money for headphones. So she stopped talking to me for about a year. And then she contacted me when she had gotten out, and I found out that I had a brother and 2 sisters. And my brother has been the only one in the whole entire family that from day one has been consistent in claiming me and in loving me and in wanting to be part of my life. I will do anything in the world for him because he's truly a great person, and he just hasn't known any better than what she has shown him. But she didn't know who my dad was. It was a debate between this one guy that was with her while she was pregnant, and then this other guy that she wound up having a one-night stand at her sister's graduation party. And so when I found that part out, I wound up calling that guy. I found his number and I called his house, and I'm sitting there pacing, and I'm like, well, what am I going to say if he answers the phone? Like, how do you tell somebody like, hey, I might be a product of a one night stand you had like 20 something years ago. How you doing? So, I called, his wife answered, and I hung up because I was scared. I was like, I don't want to tell a wife that hi, I'm a kid of your husband that you've probably been married to for like 20 something years. Like, how do you do that? Right. So, and if I'm rambling too much or like off topic, please just tell me, reel me back in. It's totally fine. Um, so I called right back and I asked for him, and she said, yeah, he's right here. Who's calling? And I said, Robin, Udovich. And I was expecting her to say, well, what do you need? Like, what is this in relation to? But she didn't. So she's like, yeah, hold on a second. And he gets on the phone and he's like, hello. And I'm like, so hi, Scott. I don't really know how to go about doing this. I don't know if you remember maybe a Jane Stone, Jane Ward, whatever. But you possibly had a one night stand with the woman who gave birth to me like 20 something years ago. And I just wanted to say hi. I don't want anything from you. I'm not looking for child support. I
I
just,
said, oh shit, but my mic was muted.
yeah, like, I just want some health information, to be honest with you, bro. Like, I'm not trying to involve myself. I know you have a life. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not trying to be like the $1 million baby kind of thing. Like, oh my
Yeah,
God.
that's part of what I was asking you, but emotionally, I'm having a really, like, it's not been said, but there had to be some anticipation on a personal level for the little girl in you.
So, there was, there, I, oh, I have felt differently about things my whole entire life. And I think maybe because I had so much time and there was so much, to be honest, and it's just now coming to me, it probably had a lot to do with my foster mom, of why I handled it the way I did and the acceptance of the situation. Yes, there was the little girl in me that was like, I just want a mom. I just want my mom. Um, Growing up, being raised by my mom in Arizona, I was told children are to be seen and not heard. You know what I mean? So like there was never the bond between us. So I anticipated gaining a mother-daughter bond. So in that aspect, up to the point that I went to my foster home, I should say, that was what I craved in life, because I had never had a mother figure to go shopping with and to have her arms wrap around me when I got my heart broken for the first time, or when I started my period for the first, whatever the case may be, right? But my foster mom showed me that. And so I think that kind of curbed the need or desire of wanting, searching for that from her.
Well, I have a question. When you were in that, I think I'm a little bit confused about, were you adopted into a,
And no, okay, so yeah, so the
okay, because
foster
I'm
mom.
like, wait, I thought you were adopted
Okay,
at like 3 days old.
yes, I was, and when so
I'm
so
listening. I'm taking dogs out. You're in my pocket, but I'm listening. Okay.
okay. Okay, so I was adopted. My parents got divorced when I was probably about a year and a half, from what I understand. I'm a year and a half or 3 years old, something like that. And I lived with my mom until I was 9. I got sent to live with my dad, but he couldn't take me at the time, so I was living with my godparents for the next 6 months of the school year. My dad came to get me. We moved to Missouri. I had 3 nannies before I had my stepmom, because my dad traveled all week. And then my stepmom came into the picture, so she married my dad. And she was at home with me. Well, I was I don't even know, I can't say it like with any smoothness. I was a fucking hellion on wheels that was unruly and didn't give a fuck. I did not care. It was my life. I was going to live my life how I wanted to live my life, because I was not like anybody else in the world. And I didn't care what you told me happened to so-and-so and so-and-so and statistics and all that. They're not me. I'm going to do whatever I want, because I'm not going to have the same results or whatever, right? So because I was so unruly, and I didn't pay attention or follow rules, they wound up taking me out of my dad's home and putting me into a foster home. And it was actually my third foster home that I was in where they actually kept me, because the first two didn't like me. So that was, and I still will say to this day that, and I even just talked to her the other day, she saved my life as a child. She, when AT had a couple lives where he's talked about earth angels, I truly believe that she is the most purest form of an earth angel that you can get. There was 23 people in my foster home, and 5 of those kids were, so my foster mom, my foster dad, and then they had 3 of their biological kids in there. But every child that came into that home, she loved unconditionally. And when I say that, I mean in the purest form you possibly could. In the purest form. She will tell everybody, there's not a rock you can hide under that I will not try to find out if you're okay when you leave my house. And it is a heartbreak for her when kids leave and then she doesn't know anything, and she is afraid she's not going to be able to see them, so she's not going to know they're okay and let them know that they are loved. You know what I mean? But I still have contact with her to this day. She's an amazing, amazing woman. I could go on for hours about her. Like, we had Christmas and everybody had a minimum of 10 Christmas presents underneath the Christmas tree. We all had dinner every night, sitting down at a table, a makeshift table of a huge dinner table, a card table, a yard sale table, and random ass chairs. But all of us sat down and had dinner every night. Like, it didn't matter if it was just leftovers.
That's one of the most important things on the planet.
It was. I didn't know what that meant. Meat, dinner, like what? What is this table shit? This is what like you do like in school, like. But so I think that in the aspect of what I searched for or anticipated for, in thinking or feeling like, what if I ever met my birth mother? I filled that, or it got filled, I guess I should say, with Lynn, with what she showed me. So I didn't feel like I needed to search for it. However, I will say the day I did meet her for the first time, when I was 35, and Jenny Lane has heard this story. I'm not going to say the whole thing because whatever. But
I don't like this story, but this story is important.
I'm not going to say the whole thing. I'm not going to say the whole thing. I'm just going to...
No, it's an important...
Story short.
It's an important plot line. Yep.
So myself and my ex-boyfriend, we moved from South Carolina up to Virginia because she said, we're only a state away. Why don't you come up here and stay with me and my NASA employed boyfriend? Like, I guess that was supposed to mean something because every time she talked about it, it was the NASA employed boyfriend. I'm like, oh, okay, sure. So we drove up there on absolutely no money. So like, literally, it was the most wildest experience I've ever had. We made it there, and the day we made it there, I jumped out of the van and I saw her and I ran over to her and I was hugging her, and for the first time in my whole entire life, my whole 35 years of existence, I didn't feel lost. I didn't feel incomplete. I didn't feel like I didn't belong. I actually felt the feeling of knowing what being at home or safe or secure or part of family in the DNA aspect, I guess, felt like. That was probably the biggest thing that I searched for my whole life. Was I didn't understand why I always felt so not in place. I felt out of place no matter where I was, which direction I went, who I hung out with, who I didn't hang out with, who I followed. It didn't matter. I felt out of place. And so for the first time in my whole life, I didn't feel out of place. And that was a really huge moment for me. And she, in the middle of that hug, I guess, we're going to tell this part. In the middle of that hug, she told me, just go along with it. And I'm thinking to myself, like, you can tell me anything you want right now. And I'm going to say, okay, sure, whatever. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. And so her boyfriend is walking out at the time. And she looks at him as she's still hugging me. And she says, so it wasn't Robin that I met last weekend when I went to South Carolina. It was her roommate that looks just like her. And in the moment, I didn't realize that she took everything that I waited for, I guess, or everything that I searched for. And she just made it shit. She made it meaningless. It was nothing to her. I was nothing. And it took me a couple months to even realize that that's what happened. Because here I was elated in the moment of finding this connection and this feeling that I've never felt in my whole life. And I'm just like, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm hugging my mom. Like, I look like her. I act like her. We had the same demeanor. We had the same sayings. We had the same voices when we would be like, I love you and I love you too, whatever. And I'm like, wow, this is so awesome. But was it really, when it didn't mean as much as it was supposed to, as I anticipated it to mean.
Wow. So that tells me that you're when you talk about the things and you say and where you're struggling to connect with things, it's like rejection and betrayal trauma.
On top of the abandonment and not feeling like I was like, what was wrong with me? Why did you have to give me up? And 2 years later, you kept my brother.
Yeah.
Why did you have to, what was wrong with me? But see, trust me, I've struggled. I've gone back and forth with that so many times, but I know, and this is what I told her when I very first had spoken to her, after she had gotten out of jail. I said, look, no matter what, I love you because I feel that. I know you're the woman that gave birth to me, right? But I'm not asking you to give me anything other than health information. If you decide you want a relationship with me, the door will be open, but that is going to be your choice. However, I understand if you can't do that. I understand if it's too hard, because I know the experience of having these holes that you have to fill in your life because of this not having your kids or not having whatever, right? And the things that you do to fill these holes. So I get it. And so I'm not going to shame you. I'm not going to blame you. And I'm not going to think bad of you. But I would rather you tell me you can't handle it because it's too much than to do this with me and lie to me and treat me like shit. So if you can't do it, I will accept that. And if at any point in time you tell me it's too hard for you, I get it. That's okay. Does it mean that it's not going to hurt? No. Does it mean that you're a bad person? No. It means that you're human and you've had to do what you had to do to be okay and survive through your life. Do I think that you should go to therapy and fix it? Probably. But is that my decision, or is that something that I can do for you? No. I can only do for me. So if I feel like I need to change something, or I'm not happy with this situation or a feeling that I'm having with it, I need to find help to help me process that. I need to figure out how to not give you all of that power and all of that control and identity of my emotions, because they're not yours.
That's very wise. And it's easy to say, it's the doing. I think about you a lot with my healing because I wonder when you talked about your parents that you loved, like your dad and all, how you connected. Because I never had that part either. So to hear this part of your dynamic and know that when I gave that baby up for adoption, I did not really. It was like, if I'm being really honest, like I did not. I couldn't for starters. So I know that that covers it, but at the same time, the way that the dynamic came up, I didn't want to face him every day and tell him something that I couldn't explain to him. Because I felt like he would do better in another home. That if they weren't going to know a dynamic, that they wouldn't have to explain it. Like it would just be you got adopted. This is it. I was young. I didn't know the havoc that the whole thing would play. But I come to realize after that all of the kids that are separated from their parents young are really affected by it. Some fare better because of the upbringing, but some, like you talking about with your rebelliousness, that was all that stuff that all those emotions that got kind of pinched off, so to speak, that you weren't able to express.
And I think that, so it's just recently, like over the last year, come to me to understand that, because I've always been I've never been like a half in, half out. It's always been a all in or all out person, right? And what I feel like is responsible for that was I went from my mom's house, which was very strict, very like, no, 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 you can't go to people's houses, you can't go to friends' houses, they can't come here, you can't use the phone, you just do dishes and you go to bed, like you have imaginary friends, like that's all you do in your life.
My goodness.
To my dad's house, where he wasn't there, and at the age of 10, I'm sitting there with a nanny who's in college and talking on a CB radio to truckers, and like what the, like, so it went from this do nothing and be in this cage to no surroundings, no boundaries, no structure. It's the world is your oyster. Do whatever you want, go wherever you want, however you want, because nobody has to listen to you, because you don't have anybody telling you blah 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 blah. So that is why I feel like I'm not going to say I don't, because I'm working on it. In the past, I've never had a balanced emotional or physical or spiritual or understanding or whatever of life. There's never been the balance. It's been one extreme or another. And trying to learn that at the age of 42, 43 years old is fucking difficult.
Well, Pluto, the planet Pluto, the frequency for that is the dark feminine, survival and regeneration. I think that would really help you. Like, if we talk some more, we could get you really diagnosed with these frequencies. Like, you could have a whole layout of medicinal practice through frequency.
That I'm down. Like,
really good stuff.
Thank you, Astro. I'm like, I have like all these things now that I'm just like, thank you for listening, by the way, and for even having me or for asking the questions. And
I love you.
Oh, I love you too. You're so awesome. I always get hesitant, especially towards the end of the story, because I'm like, everybody's probably like, is this bitch ever gonna shut the hell up? Like, does she ever stop? Like, you know what I mean? And I mean, it's just and this is where
popcorn, honey. We're doing this.
Like, we were ready. Oh, look, do you want to hear something crazy? Look. Popcorn. You want to talk about popcorn? I got the popcorn too.
I was eating pepperoni over here and enjoying the whole thing. I've heard it before.
Yes,
It was
indeed.
lovely.
I used to when I first got on TikTok, and Zach Binks, he was in the chat just a little bit ago. He's been with me since like day one when I first started coming on here to paint. But we used to have story time on Saturdays, and it would be like, okay, let's hear another chapter of Robin's life, and there would be like 100, 200 people in there that would just be like listening, and I'm going like, whoa, like I did not even know that people, like, what the hell? Like, I'm just a person. And I didn't even have the spiritual understanding of shit that I do now. And I want, I think the thing that makes me want to continue to understand the things and to be open to not holding on to um, being defined by life, but me defining my life instead. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense how I said it, but
Yeah. And last night, that's what you was told about when you clear your plate,
Mhm.
to sit with that cleared plate for a while.
Right.
Remember that, and let it come to you.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're right on target right now.
And I just want, I when I tell people I've sat in the dark place where there is, and I'm getting chills again. Somebody needs to hear this part apparently. I've sat in the dark place where you don't know what you're standing or sitting on. You don't know what's above you. You don't know what's on the left or the right or behind you. Um you're so afraid to even reach out or take a step because you don't know if there's even a floor underneath you, right? And I know the loneliness, I know the anger, I know the self-loathing, I know the humility, the projectional understanding of the things that other people have made us feel. I know that feeling. And I wish that there would have been somebody who could have or would have seen me in that moment and just even reached out a hand or said, let me love you until you know how to love yourself. Just let me do that for you. And,
Agreed. You
and
figured that out, though.
right?
That's the beauty of when you're called and when you're chosen. Because many people get that call that they're in dynamics that they feel that way. And when we're all have the ability to overcome it. But when you're leading in this dynamic that we're in to help others heal, that's what that means when you're called and chosen. So during those darknesses, and it's just words, you hear people say it all the time. It built you, it built your character, it built who you are, and you're standing on that now. So if everybody else was gone off the planet and it was just you and your creator, that's how you know you're okay. It causes your nervous system to come into full alignment with itself. I know it sounds crazy, but it is actually crazy. It's awesomely crazy, but your nervous system, when you don't have the other influences from anybody else's input, when a baby's neglected and their little neurons are firing and they don't know how it feels to have love or to be touched or anything like that, that's when it becomes trauma and they don't know how to overcome that. But when you have a rebellious little girl that wants to do it and she's going to do it no matter what,
Yeah.
that's when you chose yourself every single time. That's my personality called Rebel.
Right.
Rebel was always going to do it.
Mhm.
And here we are doing the dang thing.
Right.
Yep.
Well, and
Be
that's,
the rebels.
Yep.
I by the time I would so by the time I went to my third foster home, I I had been on probation and in rehab, rehab probably 3 times, and then probation probably 5 times. And so my foster home experience, they told me, was the last that you're gonna go to the state if you don't make it through this. And I remember telling the story a couple of times about like the last foster home, Lynn's house that I went to. I fought with my caseworker. I was like, you are not taking me to Orphan Annie's. I don't give a fuck. You are not going to take me to some house that has 23 people and I'm an only child and 5 of these people are freaking girls my age and you expect me to share? Oh no, we got issues, buddy. I'm not getting out of this car. Let's just go to the state place. Like, because I'm not, no. I don't get.
Wait, can you tell the story about getting out of the car?
Oh my God. Like, oh my God. I was telling her, I told her too. I'm like, you don't understand. You're making it sound like we're going to pull up and there's going to be literally the orphanage scenes where all the kids are cleaning the floors with the rags and the buckets and the water
It's
and
a
like,
hard knock life.
yes,
For
that's
us.
what I, that is
It's
what
a
I
hard
thought
knock
I was
life.
I swore that's what I was
that
going to pull up to.
we get tricked. Static kisses, we
We
get
get
kicked.
It's a hard knock life. Yes, that's what I literally thought I was pulling up to. I was positive that's what I was going to see. And so we get there and I keep telling her, I'm like, I'm not getting out. And then she tells me when we're almost there, she's like, oh, and by the way, they're going camping. Wait a minute. Not only do you want me to be here with this, how many other people, but you think I'm going to go somewhere where I can't take a shower or sleep on a bed? Oh no. Oh no. We got shit fucked up. So I'm sitting there and she's like, we pull up and I'm like, I see these people like running around, kind of like doing things. I see animals everywhere. I'm like, they have a goat? They have a fucking goat? Like, what do they do with a goat? Okay, I do not know how to farm. I'm a city girl. I'm like, no, I'm not touching anything. I'm not getting out of this car. So she gets out and she's like, come on, Robin. And I locked the door. I was like, I'm locking this motherfucker. I'm not getting out. You can't make me. She's going up to the house like she's not even realizing that I'm like not getting out. I'm really serious. I'm not getting out of this car. I don't care. And so she's up there and she's chit chatting and there's like 2
But
or
she's
3
got
little-
experience. She's got
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah, she does. She's apparently handled like 1 or 2 robins before. Which I didn't know that was possible. But so she's sitting there, she's in the house talking to, foster mom and all this and that stuff, and there's like people looking at the car or whatever, and I'm just like, I am so not here for this. Can we just go to the state hospital? So then she comes to the car and she's trying to open the door, and I'm like, nope, I'm keeping it locked. I'm locked. No, I'm not getting out. I'm not getting out. She'd unlock it and I'd be like, nope, I'm not getting out of this car. I don't care. It's not happening. So then she's looking at me. She's like, Robin, get out of the car. No, N-O. I know sign language. I can tell you that part too. So then she goes to the trunk. She goes to the trunk. And when she unlocks the trunk, it unlocks my door. So then I didn't know that was supposed to be happening. Like, I didn't know that shit was going to happen. So then as she gets in the trunk, she comes and opens my door and she's like, get out of the car. Wait a minute. You tricked me. I don't like your car. I will never be in your car again, lady. I was so mad. And so then, and as I'm thinking she's going to walk me into the house, right? Because that's what a caseworker should do, is walk you in to introduce you to the people, right? Oh no. That's because she knew Robin was going to be like, fuck this, I'm out. So she left. She straight left. Like, and I'm like, okay. So I'm like walking into the house. I'm standing in the doorway. My foster mom stops everybody in their tracks and says, okay, wait. Hi, we have a new girl. Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us about yourself? All eyes on me. I'm like, no, not really. Hi, I'm Robin. Hi. Like, I still remember what I was wearing the day I went to her house. And then I'm standing there looking like, y'all can stop staring at me. That's what I'm thinking in my head. And she's like, hi, Robin. And I'm like, and then here comes Kira, one of my foster sisters. And she's like, I'm going to take her with me. So we go upstairs and we decide to get into her little cubby that only fits a mattress. Not even a mattress and a box spring. It's literally just a mattress. And it has these two little doors that you crawl into. You can't even sit up straight. You have to crawl into it and lay down. But there's a window that we can see all the little people, like the little ants, like running around with the chickens, like they're whatever. And so I'm like, she's like, do you smoke? I was like, I do. Yes, I really do. She's like, we can do that right here if you want. And I'm like, oh, well, shoot. Why didn't you tell me that in the first place? We would have been up here before anything else. Like, so, and then I was told I had a week to stop smoking. That didn't happen because my foster dad would ask me for cigarettes all the time. But she's a 6-foot red-headed Catholic woman, and my foster dad was a 300-pound Greek guy. You want to talk about like confusion when it comes to religion? Holy moly. I remember, so his mom passed away and they used to live in Michigan, and they took all of us to Michigan. We rented a bus to go to Michigan, and we got to go experience a Catholic church and then a Greek church. I was so fucking confused, bro. I didn't know what to say at either one of them, and I thought I was going to say the wrong thing, because you're supposed to say, like, at one of them, you're supposed to say, and also with you and all of that great stuff, and you're answering like you're having a conversation. The other one, you're just supposed to be like, oh, whatever they say, and have beautiful music with. I'm not clowning religion, and if anybody don't get triggered, I promise I'm not. But like, it's the Greek church was very beautiful, I will say. And then we got to go to a Greek restaurant in Greektown, and I got to watch them smash dishes that I did not know was a thing. And Opa! And I'm like, yeah, let's do it again. I got to try ouzo, and I was like, I love black licorice. And they were like, we have some of this at the house. And I'm like, don't tell me that. But no, I mean, it was, when I say like, that her being in her house, saved my life, like I should say it that her house gave me life, because I didn't have life experiences or know that the things that I did there really existed, like, and that it was a possibility for me to be a part of something like that until I went there. I thought that kind of stuff only happened on TV or in Hollywood or for the rich kids or whatever. Like, we didn't have a connection in my family. There wasn't that dynamic. Camping was just something I always heard that my mom and dad supposedly did before they got divorced with their families. And I wondered, like, well, why couldn't I ever be part of that? Like, why did you guys stop doing that when I came along? And that's how I interpreted it, you know? So to be included in all those kinds of activities, and the Christmas cooking and the Thanksgiving cooking, and I pushed my foster mom away, or tried to, like 3 different times, and I could have costed her license for fostering kids, and I was waiting for her to kick me out. And yet every time she would let me know that she was mad. She would let me know that she was mad. She would let me know that she was disappointed and that she was hurt. But no matter what, at the end of it, she would also let me know that she loved me. She would always hug me.
That's it right there. That is it.
And I called her crazy the first 2 times. I'm like, lady, what the F is your problem? Like, why are you wasting your time on me? Why are you risking your life and what you have a passion for on me and my fuck ups? And she'd say, because you're worth it. And I'm like,
What a sweetheart, huh?
I'm like, yo, you need to go get your head checked. Like, that's what I told her the first time. And then I'm like, after that, I was like, okay, I don't really understand your words that you're speaking, but I'm going to sit here and pretend like I do for a minute and then just, okay. And then the third time it happened, I looked at her and I don't think I've ever had a moment of a more sincere apology before in my life. When I told her that I was truly sorry.
What a breakthrough, huh?
Right?
That's a touchdown. That's a heart brain coherence moment. So you are aware of how that feels. It's powerful.
Yeah. I've always been told I was oversensitive, too sensitive, a crybaby, whatever, but I've always been able to feel, this is part of the reason why I don't go to Walmart, to be honest, because when I make eye contact with people, usually, the first place and the first thing that I get shown is their pain, where their darkest moment of their life is. And I don't like it because I wind up taking it with me and I don't know how to decide what's mine and what's theirs. Um, when my mom was in her nursing home and I went down there and there was this guy who was such an a-hole, man. Oh, he was an a-hole to everybody. And I never really paid much attention to him, but this one morning at breakfast, I remember looking at him and we made eye contact. And I saw he fought in Vietnam and he had like 3 different soldier partners, whatever you call, you know what I mean, in the moment of that battle that unalived in his hands, in his arms. And that was why he was so hurt and angry. And I saw that. And that like made me look at him in such a different way. Like he wasn't trying to be an asshole. It was just his defense. Good night, Jenny. I love you. It was just his natural defense so he didn't have to go through something like that again. And so that's why I truly don't like to go to Walmart. That's why I don't like to go into public places. Cuz I don't want to feel all of that and see all of that and know that I don't know how to fix that for somebody. I don't think anybody should feel half of the emotions that we have to feel because some of them are so fucking unkind and it causes such a reaction in ourself that is just unbelievable that somebody would even place it on us and expect us to be able to deal with it in a positive manner. Because there's no positivity at times that you're just like, what is this murky, nasty shit that I'm laying in? Who put me here? You know? I need to, you just stop me, reel me in. I'm like,
No, I'm thinking about when you say stuff, I'm always on the road, on the travel inside of myself, because our body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, righteous spirit, peace, and or not.
right.
And so when I'm listening to you talk about that, it's so true. The weight of knowing that every single thing, and when I talk about it, I have to talk about from my own experience of that I have gone through and each of us have gone through. When we transmute that, we sense that's how we recognize it. We got so used to being in our inner self that we travel around inside of our, maybe that's what Interstellar's about. I don't know, but I'm just guessing.
Look at you.
I gotta watch it. It just came to my head. I heard somebody say it. I saw it on the advertisement and that just came to my head. But maybe that's like Inner Space. You'd ever seen Inner Space? The old movie? Well, it's like your body, like when I injected myself with that stuff and it fried my veins, it was like I could literally feel my shit frying, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I had to come back from that. And it was spirit. It was spirit. But whenever I tell you it sensitized me to spirits around me, I was always able to pick them up, but I couldn't take it anymore. And that's when I was attempting to subconsciously unalive myself. But when I did that and I had to call on myself even more to come out of that, all it did was sharpen it even more. And then I was able to say whose stuff is whose. So it took like 3 years of getting alone. I'm talking, I only talked to the Quick Trip gas station lady. Like 3 years, you hear me? That's why I got on these streets. I'm like, I got a lot. There's a lot of me in here. At least 22 last count.
Yeah.
We have regular committee meetings.
Right.
That's why I recognize that shit 20 miles away and call that shit out, you know? The calling it out part's the hard part. Because you got to be very careful. You got to be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Because the people that you think are strong, they have that one little thread in them that still needs a lifeline connected to somebody else in order for themselves to feel whole. And that one little thread will bring them into the egregoric thought processes and gang stalking and all kind of other shit that goes along with that codependency and people pleasing type bullshit.
So true.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
Thank you.
I was raised that way. I had such a good Southern mother who majored in home economics in the 50s. You know, it's like,
That's why I love you so much. You're like my ideal.
me?
River's my mom. River, what can you be my mom? Will you be my mom?
Your mom?
Yeah, you're like so perfect. Like you're the mom that I would want.
Oh, I don't know. You know, I think my kids blame me. Well, I know they blame me for some stuff,
But
you know,
since you
like,
learned all from that experience, that you'd be
well,
perfect for
you
me.
know, they were pissed because I stayed with my son's dad so long, you know, that it's like, well, okay, maybe when you're, you know, he had me convinced I couldn't support us all, you know. Well, I didn't realize he was spending, I can't say the word here, but he had a problem that affected all of us, and they thought I should have kicked him to the curb. I didn't realize he was spending half our income on it. You know, because I had trusted him, and I just had my paycheck, you know, direct deposited, and I hate being responsible for everything. And I found out it's really easy. And after he moved out, I had money left over every month. And I was like,
Funny how that works, huh?
yeah. But I was just reacting to what y'all said. And, you know, I was raised that way. And by golly, oh, I won't say it, but, you know, I was raised to, you know, be the perfect wife kind of thing, you know, wife and mother. And, you know, I loved the mother part, and I loved being a wife to my late husband. But if you don't pick the right one, holy moly,
Oh yeah.
no fun at all.
Vintage chick. What's going on with you?
Who?
Hanging out, listening. Robin got me all teary-eyed and ooh, you know, and I hate to say this because it's like, you know that saying, like somebody has it worse or whatever, and I think, damn, like how does the worst of the worst feel? You know, because yes, somebody does always have it worse, and then that makes me just feel like, I don't know, the empath in me is just like, I should not complain, you know? Because, I mean, I felt abandoned by my parents. I don't remember anything about them in my childhood being there, ever. There's not a memory. But, you know, hindsight and being a mom now, and they had 7 kids. And they worked 2 and 3 jobs and went to school. And I do see it differently, but it doesn't change the fact that I didn't receive what I needed, you know? But, you know, yeah, like Robin was saying, and it's just, Robin, you just have, every time I listen to you talk, I'm so inspired. It really, really inspires me. You just give me so much strength. I cannot articulate how my heart feels towards you and just how resilient you are. And I do see there's things you've said where I feel like I relate in a lot of different areas. I mean, it's different, and I fucking hate it when people say I understand, and it's like, no, you don't. And so I don't say that to people. I don't say I understand, but I will say, like, I understand the feelings that you're expressing. Like, I did not walk in your shoes, and I'm not going to pretend to say, oh, I understand, I get it, because I don't, you know. But I just think it's beautiful that just this whole thing since October and my awakening, and how I didn't even understand TikTok, and For You page like led me to all of you, and just being able to listen to other people's stories and understand together that we're not alone. I think it's just so beautiful. Yeah, that's what's on my mind. And it's windy as hell. I'm in Texas, and I want to sit on the patio because I have a pool and I like to be by the water. And so I'm sitting by the water, and then every now and then I feel like if I was wearing a wig, it would just fly right the hell out. Oh my God, my dog just scared me to death.
Your hair has been blowing in the wind, and just when Jenny said that in the comments, I was just thinking that you were there looking so beautiful, and your hair was just like blowing all in the wind, and I'm like, oh my gosh, she just looks so beautiful.
Oh, that's so funny. It was, yeah, she said something and that made me laugh, because yeah, it's like totally still, and then all of a sudden the biggest gusts of wind come, and it's supposed to storm tomorrow, but I'm surrounded by all these like pine trees, and they're really tall, and I don't know how to flip this, but they're like, they sway like crazy.
It's bright there.
Well, I think it's like the nighttime camera or whatever. It like does that.
I got you.
But there's this tree here. Look how tall that is. And these power lines. And we lost that. See that pile right there? That is from the last hurricane we had. And that fell, that 100-foot tree. So, like, the wind is fine and nice, but I'm trying not to, unalive myself sitting out here.
They're not.
Getting blown away like Dorothy.
Oh my God,
Are you a
crazy.
good witch or a bad witch?
No, but I just love you guys, and I like being here because, yeah, the bad guy part, the bad man part. Yeah, going through that now. That's why I'm sitting outside, because we're still under the same roof, and that's challenging for me.
So nothing resolved, huh?
Girl, no.
Level 2?
Round 2.
Level 2.
Like Mortal Kombat. It's not resolved, and I don't know if it's going to be anytime soon. So I'm just, it reminds me though of like when I was little and my dad, was bipolar, and he was always like really angry, and just when he would come home and you just see his car, like that fight or flight, and I don't like that feeling. I don't like
not knowing.
Yeah, and that's how I feel in my own home. So that's, but
well, that's inside of your body.
Fine.
That's your nervous system is just taking hits.
That's how I lived my life. So I almost have to be kind of like well, Kristen, you know, you went through that for a reason, and it's kind of prepared me to walk on eggshells now, which is not okay, but at least you know, it's just everything we go through is it really is. It's all a lesson, and it's all strengthening us and bettering us. I'm just proud of myself for like being so sure that this is what I want to do and not backing off of it.
Yep.
And it's really, really hard. So
You're doing it though, second by second.
second by second. Yeah.
And it's gonna
And
double its payoff.
Kristen, you're going to do it. That's, you know, one moment at a time. You know, you will absolutely work through it. And yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that. You're just, yeah, amazing. And
Thank you.
so on that journey to hit one, you know, that healing, and it's beautiful to see. And you are going to move through this.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely. She's right.
I have faith in you, and if you ever need anybody to talk to, like, just I mean, I have a Google Voice number on my bio thing. Like,
See, that's what I like absolutely love about you though, Robin. It's like she's going, I mean, we're all going through our own shit, like really. But you just never cease to amaze me. Like you've hopped off lives. I've got to go check on this person. You know, I've seen it, and and you're always like, call me, and you're doing meditations for other people. That is gonna come back to you tenfold. I honestly believe that. I really do. It's so cool. It's so cool to see. I feel like, man, what am I doing for other people? You know, I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Like,
You're healing.
the best of
You're healing.
intentions. I know. I am. I am
That's,
trying.
that's the best thing you can ever do.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's right.
Yeah.
That affects people. That your energy from your healing affects people, and your presence. I would not have known that you were going through all of what you were going through until we conversated. You really are like I have a balance with you with the strength, but I feel your strength, and that is empowering to me. Just your presence,
Aw.
and you know I'm going through stuff, and everybody knows. I mean, but still.
I can't help that I'm naturally funny. I have definitely used humor to you know, shield myself from a lot of the pain that I have. And I've learned to be married to a covert narcissist for 25 years and make everybody think that it's all good. He's great, and it's a perfect little family.
We all have done that.
Mm-hmm.
The only
Yep.
first time I ever lied in my life was with the dude that broke my legs.
Yeah.
I'm in the hospital telling him that I fell down the stairs with a dresser. I mean,
Why? Why do we
we've all
do
done
that?
that. We
That's
just
the part I don't understand why I've done that.
because before you got here, we were talking about pride, and it's easier for us to survive as a survival technique and tactic to live in a world that we can that's palatable for us, like that we can handle. And look at this. If we're going with the flow and appearances, we don't have to explain it to nobody. We have a sense that we're feeling good about where we actually do have a thread of that goodness is there. I mean, your house is nice. You still have, you know, all those threads they're not to be discounted. You do have that. So we've all had to navigate the dark side. That's one of my books, by the way, Navigating the Dark Side. We've all had to navigate the dark side in the best way we can, with our light shine as bright as we can keep it shining in that moment. It's very dimensional, and you know that. But that's what we all do, that to have it feels like a facade. We know it's a facade, but it's our life. You know?
so I was explaining this to somebody the other day who they felt like they didn't have like a lot to offer sometimes, like when if they come up in the box or whatever, and very rarely do they do whatever the case may be. And I want to explain it in the fashion where everybody's journey and experience and moment that they have grown through, that they're going through, all of it is important. And even if you feel like you don't have anything to contribute because these people sound like they have it so together, or that they've been through this, or that they've been through that, I have to remind myself, because there's many times when I feel like that. And I don't ever want people that are just like coming into their awakening and stuff, like they feel like, well, I just don't know. I don't want to share and sound silly or whatever. However long you've been coming in here, right? Like, let's just say, even if it was for a year, like, there is somebody who is just starting their first day of their year that they're going to be here. So they're exactly where you were a year ago. Yeah. And so your experiences, your emotions, your feelings, your moments that you're having of unsure or insecurities or vulnerability, it means more than you even know. Because, like, what did you feel when you came in here? You didn't want to be alone. You wanted to belong. You were seeking connection. You were wanting someone to tell you it's okay.
Yeah.
And so there's a person that is in here right now that's probably their first time in here, and they just want to hear it's okay. Yeah. You are their shining light of bravery and courage. You are what they are going to hold on to and say, like, if she can do it, then I know. I mean, now I'm okay. I got to find her. I'm going to find her. Like, she's going to be that one. Like, that's going to, I mean, I relate to everything she was saying. I feel her vibration. And that's, you are a pillar as is every other person in here. Every one of us that doesn't, I'm about to get happy emotional here in a second, which is like, it's kind of a wild emotion. But
you're like, maybe it's Maybelline.
Right? But like, it's every one of us. I know there's at least one person in this whole entire universe of existence that has felt or thought or been through or whatever, at least some sort of experience that I've gone through, or feeling that I've had, or thought that I've had. So whether I come across those people or not, it's okay, because I know I'm not alone in thinking or feeling what I am. The whole shared consciousness thing, that like hit me in a whole different fashion yesterday when I was like in that live, like light bulbs were going off. Yes. I'm like, you know, we all have everything in this world, in this experience, a tree, a squirrel, a dog, a human, a male, a female, a whatever. We all have the ability to feel. We all have the ability to perceive. So therefore, I know that just as there's common things that people think are cool, there's also common feelings and common thoughts that aren't comparisons.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is.
No, you're absolutely right. I have to tell you a funny story too, really quick, Robin. When you were at Walmart, I was at Walmart. My Walmart was closed. I was like, what the hell? I thought they were 24 hours. But I get afraid to go into Walmart because you talk about your rebel self, how you were a rebel child. Well, if you ever go to my page, I'm all about makeup because I don't have eyebrows or eyelashes from pulling them out from childhood trauma. And so I do my makeup. Do you pick?
Yes, I do. I do.
Oh, my gosh, it's trichotillomania. So that's what I do. That's what I talk about. And that took a lot for me. But anyways, when I was 16, I went to the beach and my makeup, I didn't use the right stuff at the time. So my eyebrows were floating off. And, I looked a mess. So I went to Walmart and I shoplifted eyeliner. I am in a bikini top and shorts. And I got out the door. And the loss prevention guy's like, hey, excuse me, but I didn't know who he was. So I go with him. he's like, so we saw you take that eyeliner. And I'm like, oh my God.
Did he actually know it was eyeliner?
Yeah.
He didn't say mascara, or no, he said eyeliner.
I think he said, we saw you take that makeup.
Okay. I'm like, he's good.
Well, I mean, if I could remember correctly, he might have said that. But they take me into the back, and I'm crying, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm like, please don't call my parents, and all this stuff. And I haven't even used it yet. Can we just give it back?
Forget about it. Let's just forget about it.
He's like, don't worry, it's gonna be fine. You're probably gonna get a misdemeanor, whatever. And but I have to call the police. It's protocol. And this cop comes, y'all. He was like the mayor of the town police. He was up in my face. You think you're gonna steal shit from our store and get away with it? Blah blah. And the dude, the loss prevention guy, is like, dude, chill. She's 16, and he's like, no, you're going to jail. And I'm like, oh. He puts me in handcuffs, walks me through the Walmart, puts me in the back of the cop car. I go to jail. And they told me at the Walmart that, my picture was going to be at the front of the Walmart forever. And I was never allowed back there. So, yeah, I look a lot different now. 43, 400 pounds bigger. I don't think I'd be recognizable, but anytime I go to a Walmart, I look up at that wall. I'm like, is my picture up there?
At least you had a bathing suit on.
I would not be in a bikini today.
Bathing suit at 16 on the wall at Walmart. Heck
Y'all, I was 16. They strip searched me. I didn't think you could do that when you're 16.
You're supposed to do that.
That's what I think they figured, and I had a boyfriend at the time. He bailed me out. I had a tongue ring. They took out my tongue ring and everything. And they're like, the only way you're going to be able to get out of here is, call your parents. And I was like, nope, I will stay here, right here. Not call up my parents.
I'm safe.
So I was like, how long do I have to stay? And they're like, well, Monday's your court date. And it was a Friday. So I was like, all right. There's a girl in there climbing the cell, and she's like, I'm gonna kill my mama. Oh, sorry. She's all, I'm gonna unalive my mama when I get out of here. And I cut her, and I'm like, I do not belong here. And anyways, my boyfriend ended up bailing me out, and I didn't go to court on Monday. I skipped the court date. So to this day,
she wanted. She's
I am a wanted woman. So Walmart, I have a little bit of anxiety around it.
Over.
What was that?
Get pulled over and find out there's a bench warrant.
I've had people pull background checks on me because I'm so terrified of it. I mean, I've never
It doesn't show up.
It's not there.
You
So-
were a teenager. Were you under 18 when it happened?
I was 16, and when my boyfriend bailed me out, he said that the woman that strip searched me said, you got a real pretty girlfriend. And I was like, just felt so violated.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
was like,
scummy.
well, who do you tell? My parents? No. I mean, my parents didn't know about this until maybe a couple months ago. I was like, by the way,
Oh,
you
wow.
know that I went to jail one time?
Damn.
I'm just so thankful that I grew up without cell phones and
I didn't have
social media.
Yeah, I didn't have that.
I was in trouble with my parents all the time anyway, without my activities being documented online.
Can
for
you
them to
imagine?
see.
It's so true.
It wouldn't have been good. And chewy.
I wouldn't be here today.
I
was bad.
Y'all may not know this about me, but right after college, I was a probation officer. And I hated I hated almost every minute of it. I really liked my clientele. And I used to tell them, you know, I don't care. I was in the drug and alcohol unit, so anybody convicted of a crime involvement in drugs or alcohol, they were in our caseload, and adults anyway. And um, you know what I used to tell them in our first meeting, we would go over the orders of the court, and that was my job, was to make sure they complied. And I would tell them, dude, I don't care what you do, but don't get in your car and drive around. You have to be responsible for your actions. You have to think about what you're doing, and if you don't want to go to jail, you know, go up in the mountains and build a bonfire and get as high as you want to be, but don't get in your car and drive around because you're going to go to prison. And you know, and I had one guy that I will never forget in a million years. My last name at the time was Jenkins, and he came in one time and he said, "Ms. Jenkins, I just can't lie to you." And it was like, "Oh, Nathan, hush, stop right now." You know, I mean, because I needed my job basically. And it was like, I can't ignore you telling me if you're not complying with your probation, you know, with your orders. And the whole point is to keep you out of prison. Don't tell me, you know, put my fingers in my ears. La, 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 la. I don't want to hear this. I love that guy. You know, he just was a sweet man that liked to drink. Oh, it was a sad situation. Anyway, I didn't like the job, and you know, it was there, but by the grace of God, when you know, I just was smarter about how I did things. You know.
Y'all ever seen
Anyway,
that movie, The Gambler, with Mark Wahlberg?
I never did.
Well, he said, he just told him, just, and don't drink. He's like, just don't drink. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to take that advice. If I don't drink, it'll be all right.
To wish I never did drink. You know, besides having something here or there. I was on antidepressants at one point in my life, and you know, it made me crave alcohol big time. I don't know. There was a stage I went through that I drank a lot. I wouldn't even be able to drink half of what I drank then if I tried to now.
Yeah, when I got to Wisconsin, I got put on sabbatical, man. This is the number one drinking state in the nation. Worse than Louisiana. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm gonna stick with it. All you can drink got me not wanting to drink.
I've also gone through times where I've been a big drinker, so not anymore. But you know what? It took me getting pretty sick actually for that wake up call to kind of go, oh, you know what? This, I learned things the hard way. It took a big sledgehammer to wake up to that. But Tina, I have to get going in a jiffy. I popped out down the back. My daughter left because it was so hot here, and she had to get into some cooler clothes, and she left. And we were just talking about like the sort of the fostering and the adoptive parents and things. And so I'm actually all the way out the back in our games room because I just wanted to touch on a few things, and I didn't want my kids to hear, just because I coming from the perspective where I am. Um, a foster and adoptive mum, so I'm in the position where I've adopted kids. So I don't want to interject into anyone, but I just felt really compelled to share that, from, if that's okay, from sort
I
of
love it.
that perspective.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try and do it without getting emotional. I've actually never really shared the story before, but so I started fostering, and then ended up adopting my niece and nephew, who were twins. And that was when they were one and almost 1.5. And so that was my sister's kids. And that was a decision that I didn't make. They were my mum actually had custody of the kids. My sister lived in the same household as my mum, but my mum got custody because Vanessa had like heaps of mental health issues. And my gosh, did she love the kids? Like it just, it was through absolute no fault of her own. And so that was, it has been one of the most hardest and incredible and that soul journey of having to go through it, but also navigating what they're going through and seeing it firsthand, and the questions that they're asking me, and the things that they're going through. That so they were set up at my mum's house, and they had the cots, the crib set up, and the dressing table, and the teddy bears and everything. So we moved everything from my mum's place, who lives about 5 hours away from me, to my house, and set it up pretty much exactly the same. And that first night that I had them, um, Annie, my daughter, um, I have seen kids cry. I have seen kids have tantrums. I've got all up. I've got 4 children. I have seen the gamut when it comes to kids having issues. I just held her, and I have never to this day heard a child cry like that, like shit, because they knew, like even at 18 months old, they knew. They went, we took them into this room and everything looked the same, but of course it wasn't. And her twin brother Tim, who is, gosh, that boy, he my heart for both of them. But he wouldn't cry. He was just, and he kept going up to Annie and just hugging her and holding her hand, and I would see his little lip quivering, and I could see that. You just can't imagine a child that young to be that stoic, to like be, trying to be so strong for his sister. It's like this, they knew on some level that I couldn't even explain. But I held Annie that night for hours and hours, and she just howled, cried her eyes out. I have never heard a child cry like that. It was just utter, just pain. And it just absolutely broke my heart. I just held her and I just sobbed, and we just cried together all through the night. And I just, in that moment, I just knew that uh, I was going to, which I would have anyway, but love and protect these little ones with every inch and every motherly instinct that I had. Like everything just kicked in for me full throttle. It was just like, oh, I'm like we are in this through absolute thick and thin. Like there's, it was just this protectiveness that come over me, and this thing that I am going to just love them and adore them and protect them, so they never have to experience this kind of hurt, like ever again. But it was really difficult, like my heart went out to my sister so desperate, because I knew, like right from when we were kids, she fragmented. We went through such traumatic experiences that I watched her fragment in front of my eyes, and she just could never, I tried so hard. I did everything I could. I had survivor guilt. I tried to do everything I could in my power to help heal her. And she just wasn't able to. And that cruelness of life, to be able, to think, why is she not, that this was taken away from her, and all she wanted to do was just be a mum. And it was through no fault of her own. So it never had anything but just absolute just love for her. And then my mum, as I said, lived 5 hours away, so I'd go down and see them as often as we could as the kids were growing up. And when we'd leave, Mum said that she would howl for days in her bedroom. Vanessa wouldn't get out of her room. She was heartbroken every time we'd go there, and then she'd have to, interact with myself and the kids, and that it just like this heartbreak that just was over and over again. And I'm like trying to sort of do the best thing I could to be there and raise the kids, and also with this absolute just empathy and compassion for what my sister was going through, and trying to sort of juggle that in the best way that I knew how. And there were times it was really difficult because I'd already had two children, and the only way that I could do it to do it was to just throw myself into it 1,001%. There was no difference for me of my own biological children and Tim and Annie. Like they were just completely just, had my heart and was raising them as if they were my very own. But also having to recognise and juggle the fact that they were actually biologically my sister's kids. And so we would go there, and as the kids got older, like I would say something to the kids, and Ness not meaning to, she never did it. It was never in any malicious way, and I completely understood where she was coming from. She would sort of, override me and try and put her own, mother as a mother, as their biological mum. She would then try to say, well, no, and she, so there were times when it was really, really difficult, and I was trying my best. How do I do this? How do I navigate it? Because, I'm their mum, because I can't do it any other way, because I already know that, now at this point I've adopted them, and uh, because of Ness's mental health and fragmentation, she was never going to be able to have full-time care of them. So I threw myself into it. But at the same time, I'm like, this is my sister. I'm trying to love and respect, and what is she going through? How must this feel for her? And I love her like so dearly. So I'm like juggling, trying to just like navigate, like, how do I do this? And there were times when it was really difficult when I was staying at my mum's house. And this one particular night, I was in the bedroom and I was in tears, and we'd had one of those things where it had gotten, I'd said something to the kids, whether it was, you can't have, another lolly, or, oh, it's bedtime or whatever. And Ness would just come and just totally, override over the top of me, which again, I totally understand where she was coming from. But I was in the room and I was just crying, and I just said to God, to the universe, I don't know how to do this. I'm struggling. Like, I'm trying to honour Vanessa. I'm trying to honour these kids, like my beautiful babies, but they're her babies. Like, what am I meant to do here? Like, how the hell do I do this? Like, I'm lost. I need help. Like, I don't know what to do. And then I went to sleep, and I had this dream that I've never ever forgotten. And in this dream, I was looking at like this field, and there were like trees there and grass, and there was like a tree that was down on the ground like a log. And there were these two older sort of people, but they had like a kid energy. And I was looking from far away, and they were like laughing and jumping up over the log. And then there was a woman sitting there. And I'd recognised straight away that these two people were Timothy and Anna. I just picked up, even though they were much older, I picked up on that energy straight away. And then I thought, who is that? Because my sister, when she was young, was just the most beautiful, stunning, gorgeous woman. But as she got older, and with all the mental health, and she was on so much medication, and then she developed really bad diabetes. So she ended up like, the world was so cruel to her, like morbidly obese, and the diabetes. She got a lot of scarring on her face and things from, she had sores that wouldn't heal and whatever. But so and there was this woman, and I'm like, who is that? And then as soon as I thought that, I just straight away just honed right in on the dream. And there was my sister. And she was just so beautiful. She radiated just a beauty and a peace and a joy. And there she was with Timothy and Anna, and they were all laughing and interacting. And it was the most breathtaking scene that I have ever seen. And I woke up and I just had tears. I was just crying, and I just said, thank you. Thank you so much. Because it gave me this peace and this knowing that what I'm doing is a beautiful thing. It's really important. I was called to do it, but nothing will ever take away from the fact that that is her babies. And on higher levels of reality that we don't always understand. We're here for such a short time and we go through all of these life experiences, but on these higher levels of reality, that things are as they should be. And that it was just it just made me just it made me go, okay. And I've honoured Vanessa, but I always have and I always will. I have told Tim and Anne the whole time that Vanessa absolutely loves them. I never hid anything from them. They knew that she was their biological mum. I have told them so many times how incredible she is, how much she loves them. She's passed away now. She passed away 4.5 years ago. So my daughter just come to me 2 days ago and said to me, Mum, I was 9.5 when Ness passed. She said, I don't really remember her as well as I could. I'm trying to hold on. Can you tell me more about her? So we just spoke and I told her everything,
Aw.
that all those beautiful aspects and everything about her that I remember, because my gosh, she was the most incredible woman. And even though she didn't get to, she was the most incredible mother. Every time we would go and see her, she had, every time she went out shopping, she brought little things for them. She wrote notes to them. She did everything that she could. And then at her eulogy, and which I did her eulogy, and I made a promise. I made a promise to her. I made a promise to God. I made a promise to the kids. And I said that I would love and cherish and protect these babies with every inch of who I am. And I said to Ness, I've got this. We're doing this together, and I've got this. And we're you don't ever have to worry. And it's so interesting because I've got these four incredible children, and two of them are biologically mine, but in so many ways. And I don't know how to say this without it sounding the wrong way, because I love my children, and I've got mama bear when it comes to my own biological children, like you wouldn't believe. But with Tim and Anna, it is like on the next level. I have a sacred oath now. I always did, but I've a sacred oath, and my sister and I are doing it together. And I feel her and I honour her. And yeah, I just it's a really difficult thing, and I've not been in the position where I've adopted children now. But my whole thing, I guess, that I wanted to say is that th- they know. Even if in this 3D reality things can get a little bit sort of hectic and convoluted, on higher levels of reality, everything is as it should be, and it all gets corrected in the end, and they know you will always be their mum. Always. You held them in your womb, you gave birth to them, and in the prospect of where you've been adopted out and you've had issues and things that have happened, that nothing can ever take away from that experience. So, oh my gosh, thank you so much. I've never shared that before like that, and I just felt like I just wanted to share that. now I have to go upstairs and interact with my beautiful family. But thank you so much for holding space, and I just love you all dearly. And we are all doing the best that we can. We're all in these states of healing, and we're just holding space for each other, and just allowing each other to heal, and with no judgment and with no shame. And we're doing it together, and especially as as sisters in that sacred feminine, and just sharing this space. So I just, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for understanding the most I heard, understanding of this thing and the way that that feels, and to be continued for our topic when we talk on that, if that's okay.
I want.
Absolutely, definitely,
All
yeah,
right.
for sure.
I love you so much. Thank you. I'm
I wanted
proud
to.
of
I love
you,
you too.
Melanie. I'm very proud of you. You
I
did
wanted to
good.
ask her a question. I
Can
know.
I ask how old was she? How old was she when she passed?
She was 41, and it was completely unexpected. She wasn't sick or anything, so yeah.
She sounded a lot like my younger sister, who passed when she was 45, and my nephew was 14. They were living with my parents at the time,
Would you be open to?
but that was, I saw a lot of similarities.
Do you want to
What'd you
go,
say?
Melanie, or you want to, or you want to be continue this? Do you want to stay, or do you want to? I mean,
I
because
would, I would so love to continue. I just
you
because
got your family, yeah.
I've got, yeah, and I've come right down the back into the games room just because I didn't want Timothy and Anna to hear. But yeah,
Well,
so my
we'll
daughter's come back and
continue.
my son, and I've got everyone upstairs, sort of. And I'm not there, so
So I have questions
but
too.
I did see Robin's message as well, and oh look, I love you, Robin, and I would love to hear that. And I do feel her. And I would, yeah, I thank you. I would love to hear. If even if maybe just super quick, because I know it's but
Go ahead.
yeah, I do have to get upstairs.
Go ahead. I just so like when you were talking, I don't know why I'm being shown this, and I mean, and I'm pretty sure it's for you because I got the chills when you were talking, and she was like, I was being shown. Is there like a swing? Like I almost feel like I see like kind of like this open field, like but like there's like a tree, and then there's like this like swing, but it's not, I don't know if it's necessarily hanging from the tree, but like it's, there's this like beautiful open scenery behind it, and I don't know if that's like a place that maybe you guys used to go when you were younger, or if there was like a playground, or like I feel like it may even be like at a grandparent's house or something, but I feel like I see this swing just kind of like swinging, and
Uh, in in the dream that I had, while I was watching them, and there was the log there, and they were all laughing and play. There actually was a swing in that scene, and while I was watching, at one point, Annie jumped up and was actually in the swing. So yeah, yeah,
okay,
for
so then
sure, yeah.
that's confirmation, because she would, I mean, and I just got chills again, but she was just it's okay, it's okay. She um sees the beauty, she knows the love, she feels the love that you're giving, and I feel like she's like, she wouldn't have it any other way, and I don't know why she's trying to tell me like that it's it didn't hurt. I don't know what if maybe there was some confusion about pain or whatever, but it didn't hurt, and that right now she doesn't hurt. She doesn't have to take anything. She is so, she's just full of smiles, and she watches like she knows. So, oh, I'm about to get emotional. But yeah, so thank you for letting me give you that message.
I thank you so much. That that means a lot. So, yeah, thank you so much, Robin. And thank you, everyone, for sharing this space and for hearing all of your stories and just the vulnerability and the bravery. And I just, as a fellow sister, it's just an honour, really, to just hold space with you all. So, huge, big love. Thank you.
I love you. Thank you so much. Talk soon.
Love you, Melanie.
Well, I have a question mark. Will you do a meditation? Because I need to go to sleep. And I'm prime right for the picking right now for a it's gonna go one way or another. Like there's so many good things happening. And I feel like right now, if you have something, but I need to run potty before we.
Yeah, no, go. I mean, because I gotta. I will go and set up. And is there an intention that you would like this meditation to have, or just
Let's ask everybody. Let's ask everybody here because I really wanted. When I first was at work thinking, what do I want to say, and I never said this till just now, but I had pretty much decided that, and we did it instinctively about current energy, like what we're going through, current energy, because we all have something different we're working on. So I'm thinking maybe breakthrough for our current energy, what we're working on. And I know for me, I don't know how, like, I hear you talk about getting in touch with your inner child. Mine was so protective and like, that video that Wisdom Weaver posted with that screechy thing that comes out and then she holds the blue butterfly and then she keeps holding it and it turns into the inner child. Like that is my inner child, and she'd be pissy. Like I'm just in the last week or so actually having any sort of a conversation where she's like, "Are you sure I'm gonna be okay?" Like it's
ooh,
yeah, it's really like that. And then the other side of me, because the fragments, one fragment wants to say yes, and I truly believe that. I got other bunch of fragments with the confirmations coming together, but there's that 50-50 thing. 'Cause I'm Cancer, Sun, and Moon, you know.
yeah.
Yeah. And look, and Virgo's in the South Node.
Oh
So,
Lord.
and I'm Virgo rising. So
Oh my
I'm
goodness,
I'm
girl.
focused on sitting still and not doing shit. You hear me? Except what we're doing right now. I am not doing anything else.
Right?
And
I
I'm
feel.
allowing Pisces in the North Node to do the magic and bring me as one. So I'm really focused on that. Oh, and then Mars, this is huge too. I want to do this, and maybe we can do work on this coming up. I want to jump on live. I know it's gonna be different. I want to find out where people are with their placements, like the Mars, and I'll be able to break this down for you later. This is just a brief, okay?
Mhm.
Because I want to tailor the energies. So, like Mars was in Cancer. So, when I went to sleep at night, I put Mars on the frequency and the Sun and Moon frequency. And I processed all night and dug in. Look at Bryn showing up at the right time.
Right?
I
So there's
processed, yeah, so deep. And
there's go ahead.
what's, and so, but the energy of the Mars, and because Mars was in Aries when I was born, so in its own sign when I was born, and then the Sun and Moon, those two frequencies together. So two things: the solar plexus is big in these energies right now, and the root chakra in these energies right now. So
Girl, you are hitting on so like, and I kind of touched on this like a while back, before I started this other new journey thing that I'm on now. But I am actually currently working on a new healing method, if you will, because we all have like a blueprint for life, right? But we all technically have a healing blueprint, and a lot of people don't understand that's a real thing. And so when I was first trying to start this stuff out, and even when I did my Reiki classes to be the Reiki master, whatever it was, you know what I mean? Like, everybody was like, your root chakra has to be healed first. I'm like, this is not working for me. Okay, this is not the way that this is gonna go for me. And so it's like now I with like this other information that I've gained, when we talk about our healing blueprint, there's not there's no book that says everybody got to do it this way. And so we have this individual shit that like is our guide for like how we're supposed to be healing in the moment, right? So like when it comes to like and I'm incorporating it in the fact of like going through the chakras, and then by your astrological chart as well, like in where the placements are and in the moments of the day and all that stuff, and then going through what my scan of your chakras are at the same time, and then being able to incorporate, okay, this is where we need to start today, you know what I mean? And then maybe it's going to be different in a week from now, but right now this is the one that we need to go through and work on in order to balance the rest of self, because we may jump from the solar plexus to the crown to the root back to the heart and then the throat and then the throat again. I mean, like there's different, it's and I've tried to do research to see if anybody else has ever like done it the way that I'm trying to say, and I can't find it anywhere. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be working on this. And I think it also has to do, I have a chart in my room I can show you in a moment, and it's the auric field, but it goes as far as to the blue flame auric field, the violet flame auric field, the frequencies, the everything. And so that is, and here we go with the chills. Every time I get goosebumps and stuff, I know it's confirmation that yes, this is right, this is right, this is right. Like, so I know that it all incorporates together on the frequency of our healing journey. So I'm super excited to connect with you on those aspects for sure.
Yeah, because we got 24 layers of our auric field and they all have a different meaning, right? It's 1 through 20, and that all has a part. I talked about this earlier today. That's a whole other live, girl. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
go.
natural state, but your articulation, that's what I love, because you know it, you feel it, and you can articulate it, and that's my gift too. And I love it. I was subconsciously doing this with the planets to heal my own self, but as a child, I would do my eyes left and right, and I would act like a pencil erasing whatever memory was there that I was overwhelmed with as a little child. I would picture a pencil and I would erase it. And then years later, when I went to therapy, I found out I was actually subconsciously doing EMDR therapy on myself.
Right, that's almost like windshield wipers, like on the windshield erasing the movie that's in front of you while you're sitting in your own car.
Yeah.
There goes the movie screen.
And it's to get your brain back in a TikTok motion, your nervous system. So what you're saying, yes. And then I want to add with the planets, because like when Bryn said, I didn't even know that Mars is the lucky planet to the sun and the moon, they consider, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. And I'm like, yeah, I'm one lucky woman because it digs into the spots, because those were in my sign when I was born. So what you're saying, the healing blueprint, that's my healing tonic. That's the tonic I needed. So there's a lot more though. Like Pluto, we have been for the last probably hour listening to the Pluto frequency in the background, and the chakras going up and the chakras going down. Teos Wins is awesome, by the way. Hang on, let me try to figure this thing out. I'm coming, Bryn. Hang on.
I have a favor
All right.
to ask you guys. Any of you that are healers, if you, some of my friends kind of keep a list of people that they send healing to fairly regularly. And if any of you do that, I'd appreciate being on your list.
Oh, yeah.
I may have to have what?
You're always on my list.
Of course.
I've been recovering from spinal surgery, And all of a sudden, my pain started getting worse. I was getting stronger and stronger, and I've been in physical therapy. It was a year in February that I've been going twice a week and working my butt off and getting stronger and walking better. And all of a sudden, my pain started getting worse, and I didn't understand it. And my neurosurgeon sent me to a pain specialist, and he was like, "Does it hurt here? Does it hurt?" And he poked. I That was just the most excruciating pain that night from his exam. And my pain is coming from just below where I had the spinal fusion.
Lower
And
back.
so the things that, yeah, it's S1 now, and I had L4, L5 fused. And this pain is awful. And it's like, it's just the pits. And I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to have an MRI soon, and so we can see exactly what's going on. But anyway, any kind of like I visualize little workmen in my lower back plastering over my vertebrae to make them stronger. That's one of my little tricks. But anyway, if any of you can send some healing vibes my way at any time, I'm
I always do.
grateful.
And there's so much wrapped around that with that part. Like the spine has different frequencies that go along with that. And so now that you said that, this is what I was just telling Robin about wanting to research. When somebody says they have something, finding out which energy center correlates with that, with the which planet or whatever. So, because they all go with the chakras, the planets go with the chakras. And I know Bren's going to know this right away, which,
It feels like I'm in back labor and the
well,
contractions never stop. And it's just, I'm
that the lower
exhausted
back
from
holds
pain.
sadness, and that's your kidneys. So they're like, now that I'm saying this, because I do know a little more that I'm stuttering about right now, but I'd have to like now write it down and look it up. But one of them for sure holds that area of the body, but you have to, like, I don't know, there's so many factors. It's not just food, because I've learned that when your vibration's high, it's not what goes in your body, and it's also who you talk to, what the belief systems are,
Yeah.
and what your mindset is set on doing. So altering the visualizing of
Yeah.
plastering the backbone, maybe alter that into visualizing it just being healed. And I have to ask source, because I say, you are in me, your spirit is in me. So how, without me intellectualizing that, I don't know the names of each fiber of my being, but the creator does. So when I focus my thoughts on surrendering, that I'm not focused on like the little
Grief, loss, and judgment. Yeah.
little Oompa
That.
Loompas actually plastering my backbone, but allowing the energy to not have a thought process that I'm putting on it, but that source is pulling up from the energy system that there are no words for. Making sense? I know it's a lot of words to try to get to the point of just being, you know?
In Chinese medicine, it could be unrepressed anger too. You'd have to look through the full chart, and there's so many hundreds of thousands of those things too. So, you'd have to see if it's attached to meridians, and that's a huge chart. And I don't have my book out here right now. So, like from a medical Qigong premise and meridians, and then so when you're thinking about the etheric field, the chakras and the meridians and the fascia and all of that put together, and the fascia is all one spot. So that's a whole body system. right? When you're looking at whole body systems. And so I can only say from my perspective, and so each individual person is a different system. And definitely what we're feeding ourselves whether we're talking about feeding ourselves emotions, food or social media, and that's just like three things when we know there's so many other things. So I'm just going to stop right there because I'm not going to get into a whole conversation, because understanding degenerative disc disease, or because I'm half metal, I've had hip replacements, a knee, I have a rod in my leg, but like to eliminate pain, right? There's a lot of, mitigating factors, and then to think about being, a natural medical intuitive, and then, doing a full body scan for those things, right? Hi, Barbara. Yeah, so that's a full system look. I mean, so
Spending
like,
hours.
I was like, do the rainbow flush.
I
Yeah,
spend hours in salt baths because, it's kind of like when you're menstruating, how a hot bath felt so good, in my
yeah.
memories. I remember how awful it was, but um, it's like I'm ready for more meds, and I can't take, I'm real good about never taking more than I'm supposed to
Right.
because I saw what it did to my ex-husband. But, the best I felt all day was after, my 2-hour bath. And the only reason I got out then was because it was thundering. And so it's like, nope, I get out of bathtubs when there's
Yeah,
thunderstorm.
weather
But,
increment really,
um,
that really relates to me. Weather incremental, and then like water. I get in water a lot. Yeah, that makes sense.
uh, I love a hot bath, but it's, it just eases the pain. And, when I first get up in the morning or first get out of my bath, and I have a vibration plate I stand on a lot, which helps with pain. But this, this pain I'm having with S1 is worse than what I was having prior to my surgery for L4, L5, and my spinal cord was compressed 40%. And X-ray didn't show it.
Are you
That's
listening to
why,
Hertz
they
frequencies
did
while
an
you sleep?
X-ray. Oh yeah,
Yeah, use
every night.
713.
I
Did
never
Did
heard
you
of
hear me?
713.
Yeah.
All right, I'll look.
I use 147,
Yeah.
714, and 417. I think this one's all it's 7, 1, and 4 in different placements with a high frequency like 11,000. So I don't have your phone number. Do I, River Blues? I don't think I have your phone number. I need to get your phone number so I can text you some frequencies. Actually, in my bio, there's a link to YouTube. I put together a bunch of playlists that you
Well,
can go.
I have a bunch of them, and I I have a chart somewhere, but I just, on YouTube you can just search frequencies, and then I just pick from the menu.
I just asked
I'm
your
gonna look up
guides, and they told me
713.
deep restoration for you would be 713.
I
I
gotta look
didn't
up.
look. I asked, so I mean, like, what resonates
Okay,
with you? Okay.
I'll write it down.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, guys. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I gotta look up
Let's see, 713, right?
Yeah, there's been new frequencies coming into my awareness lately, and 713. There was another new one I got the other day, so I'm looking into that. Hey, Bryn,
Err.
what's up?
So I heard from a bird that you listen to Sun,
Friend.
Moon, and Mars. Very interesting, because this is one of the, actually, it was the first image I put up. This is the blending of the mantras of Mars, Sun, and Moon. And keep in mind, this is not traditional. This is just my own thing, and this is something that I've done. So it's not really going by the book, but it's something that I do, and that's what it looks like.
All right, I'm really working on something here. I'm trying to get over here how to get this thing. How many people's up here? We could do it a different way, and then I can expand it, right?
Well, whoop.
Okay, wait.
Whoop, no, you got expanded.
All right.
But
Oopsies.
So now tap on Bryn's
Why does it say? Okay. Expand per. It says expand first spot.
tap on
Oh,
Bryn's.
wait. I got you. The wrong expand. Okay, there we go.
yeah, but I mean, you won't be able to see much of it more since it's zoomed in, but that's kind of at least how I did it.
Wait, tell me. So what? When you heard the sun, moon, and Mars, what did you do?
This is combining the 3 planetary yantras of the sun, moon, and Mars.
That is so beautiful.
And
Seen his work like that, like, or the planet frequency thing, like that he's done.
because I
have never seen that, and I love that. I have hearts on my leg like that. And the colors. That's my colors and everything.
And what's interesting with how it all got weaved together is that you can see, well, where you see the 3 triangles, that's Mars. That's the 3 triangles. Then when you get to see the where the yellow's at, that's the sun, and also a little bit of orange. But then for the moon, that's what's turning it that green color, because the moon's more of a light blue. So it's like they're all weaving together to make this work of art. That's the best way I can put it. But
I love that so much.
and the idea on how you use these in the traditional sense is that you would use primarily just one, but what you would do is you would look right in the center where that little dot is, and then you just relax your eyes and just keep staring at that dot in the center. And when you start to see around the dot, like the image start to pulsate or start to move, that's how you know you're in tune with it. You'll start to see the green leaves in the middle start to push out, and they'll come back in, kind of like if it's breathing. And although I don't have the sound for that specific one with those 3, what I do have is the one for Moon, Venus, and Saturn. And I'm going to put that one up so you can see it. So this is Moon, Venus, and Saturn.
Wow.
And this one is, for at least for me, this one's a lot more active. Like the blue leaves around the center, those are really those ones are really jumping.
Yeah, I see what you mean by when you say active. It feels different.
And this is hold on, if my lovely apparatus would just behave. There you go, good job. Okay, anyway. So this is what I also play alongside with this, the NASA recording of Sun, Moon, and Venus while staring into this. So hopefully this will be loud enough you can hear it.
I love it when he does this. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I love that sound, dude. Hey, is there any way to get that? Because is that from YouTube?
The planetary sounds, yeah.
Yeah, because I have one that, but it don't sound like that. I like that one too.
Oh, well, this one's like putting 3 planets together instead of just one.
But I'm wondering if it's a different creator than the ones I have. Like I would like to tune into those.
Yeah,
Because
I the
I
one.
listened to.
Let's see, what is that one called? Let me get their name. So give me
And I'll
a
write
shake.
it down. And then I'll go potty while y'all chit chat a minute because I really do got to go. I'm like Bryn now. Where'd my pencil go? You know how odd it is for me to lose a pencil? I just don't lose pencils. All right, I surrender. It's here somewhere. I'll just type it in one of these other phones because I do not know where it is.
I'm putting it in the chat right now. If my phone would be nice to load a little faster. There we
Welcome,
go.
Mr. Texas.
That's the channel
Okay, perfect.
I got it from.
And then Robin's going to get a meditation. She's getting herself together for that. I'm going to potty. Anybody else want to take an intermission? And then we'll close it out. And Bryn, I've been wanting to talk to you too about what I was talking to her. I don't know if you were here when Robin and I, well, we all were discussing it, but more in detail about putting together some like plans. Like we come together and then when people tell their symptoms and all, and then Kimberly just looked up, got some for River Blues. Like that's kind of the angle of my healing that I want to do for frequencies. So I know stuff, but I love your angle on the all-knowing of a lot more stuff, you know?
Well, I mean, there's many things I know, many things I don't know, many things I won't ever know, and many things I don't want to know.
You know enough that I could ask you
Okay.
questions.
Yeah. And because along with this, there's also other procedures that can be done. For an example, there's using the Vedic way of looking at the chakras and diagnosing which one is the most in jeopardy, the one that needs most attention, and which ones are handling okay. But what that is it goes from all of them, and it shows a certain percentage of them at a certain percentage. The one that has the most is the one that needs the most attention. For me, for an example, the lowest one that I have is 0, and that's the third eye. So I don't need to worry about my third eye at all. But the one that is in deep doo-doo is the solar plexus for me.
Yes.
So I need to spend more time with that. But the thing is that usually if you're familiar with the concept of resonance, like what you are resonant towards, what you kind of feel like, oh, feels like me. Whenever you go towards something that's like, that's not really me, usually themes related to that is kind of pointing at like, this is kind of tied to the chakra that is in not so good standing, usually. Because for me, being very heavily Saturn influenced, love you hipster. Stop calling me sheesh. I'm trying to do my work.
We're twins, Gemini. For sure. I'm Saturn, dude. I love Saturn.
I'm a Gemini.
So do I. I mean, people usually think of Saturn, they think, oh, he's going to just come and hit me, huh? No. If you put out the effort, he gives it back to you. And if you approach it in a way, instead of him just bringing you situations where it's like, this is crap, you suck at this. Oh, look at you thinking you're hot snap. Nope, you ain't nothing, kid. Try again next week. Instead of looking at it and being pessimistic, when you actually approach it from a perspective of like, hey, Saturn, you kind of care the most of all the planets. Duh, dummy. That's why I keep telling you, this sucks, fix it. It's been a year, you haven't done it yet. Because it takes a special kind of a friend to care about you so much that they're willing to give you the reality of everything. Whether you like it or not, that's what it is.
All right, we'll have a question then. Why is Capricorn and Cancer, is it complementary, or why are they opposites, or why are those two that way? What is it about Capricorn, what you just said, and then the moon with Cancer? Why is it that way? Stomach.
Very interesting, because the point being is this, well, at least according to traditional astrology for Vedic, Sun and the Moon, of course, Leo and Cancer respectively, they both oppose the signs of Saturn. Saturn owns Capricorn and Aquarius. For an example, you have the Moon. Moon considers everybody friendly, just wants to be friends with everybody, wants to be happy. Then you have Saturn. Oh God, why do I gotta be next to this one? She cries nonstop. Stop feeling too close to me. Fine. What do you want, lady? Okay, here's a binky. Now go away before I play golf with you. But then here comes the Sun, which is Saturn's bitter enemy, because you have on one side the king, then you have the masses, everybody else. And also Saturn is also defiant against the king. Whatever the king wants to do, Saturn says, oh, screw you, stupid flaming twat. All you do is sit on your throne and go, look at me, I'm bright, I'm fancy, look at my bling. Really? You know, if you keep sitting on that caboose of yours, you're probably going to, you're probably going to stink it up so the next king's not going to like you that much. Get off your tush and do something. But because the Sun and Saturn are bitter enemies. While the Sun wants to be more in power and getting that radiance of light, Saturn brings in that reality of like there's masses of people compared to this one individual that wants to put himself out there. But in terms of the opposition, now Cancer and Capricorn, for that 180-degree aspect, it's the conflict between the home and then the standing in society, because that is the axis of two of the four pillars. The fourth house, which is the heart and the home, and the first house of peace and security. Then you have the 10th house, which is out in the world and everybody can see you, and it is very insecure, and you have to go through the daily grind, and one wrong step and your reputation goes down the drain.
Yeah.
But however, with Capricorn though, and Cancer, Capricorn is the only earth sign that is able to adapt in circumstances that is earth-based and also water-based. Because in the traditional Vedic, Capricorn is depicted as a crocodile. What do crocodiles do? They will chase you on land and they will chase you in water. Either way, they know how to adapt. And they are persistent and a bit shrewd in getting what they need, and a bit relentless. Then on the Cancer side, as of course usually seen as the crab, Cancer is about the safeguarding, and just like Capricorn, Cancer too, when you take a crab out of water, it can move on land. So it's also adaptable. And even at that, you have the fourth house, which is always tied to the mother. Then you have the 10th house is always tied to the father, because it's that opposition. So with the sign of Cancer, the mother is very adaptable. You could put her in any situation. She's like, what's for my kid? How am I going to take care of my kid first? I'm in a different place. How's my child? And do whatever needs to be done. But the same for the Capricorn sign. The father has to adapt to the 10th house qualities of society, reputation, and he has to make a name for himself to provide. But then when we take it a little bit to the left, when we have Leo in Aquarius now, we're now taking the dynamics of, again, this is now children against the elder sibling. But at the same time, the elder sibling is also the indication of Saturn and then the Sun. So usually with the elder sibling and children, usually the uncle and the aunt dynamic, usually it is of course, again, this is going by text, so this won't apply to everybody, but usually the aunt and the uncle are usually the ones that are the ones that are supporting the children, as well as like in a stand-in, just in case it was ever needed. But the sun in the fifth house is also now, one's soul is now being against the masses. But with the masses, they want to be more innovative, while the king wants to just do things his way, and Saturn wants to include everybody, while the king just wants his royal court to be added to it. While the sign of Leo wants to continue its lineage, Aquarius wants to take everything that isn't working, put it in the urn, and just go out the window with it. It wants to innovate. It wants to keep things progressing. While Leo wants to say, hey, that's my throne you're throwing out the window. Put it back. No, screw you. Besides, nobody's cleaned this seat anyway. Well, if you got off your tush and stop, making yourself get wet underneath the waist, maybe this wouldn't stink so bad. We need a new one. But that was that. No! No more of that crap. But that's the dynamic, if all that makes sense.
To me, for sure. I have one more that you may or may not know. Who in Greek mythology ate their children because they betrayed the parents and they were afraid that the karma was going to come back on them, so they ate their own children to keep them from betraying? It was like north, south, east, and west. Remember that?
Ah, yes, that would have been Kronos or Saturn, but in the same way now, in Greek mythology, Saturn, of course, does also have that, but in the Vedic system, Saturn is known as Shanidev, and Shanidev is the stepson of the sun, which is King Surya. And ever since the sun didn't consider Saturn one of his own for being a stepchild, Saturn has always had this deep loath for the sun, and also for how the sun was treating his mother, which is Chaya. So ever since the sun didn't accept Saturn, along with not giving Saturn's mother, Chaya, the respect and dignity for being so attentive and caretaking to the sun's family and their children, while their real mother, which is Sanjana, went off because she couldn't handle the sun, Chaya stayed behind, and Chaya is Sanjana's shadow. So she was dutiful, but as soon as Sanjana came back, Chaya was essentially pushed out, and that's when she was able to conceive Saturn, and Saturn went back with her and stood against the sun and, roasted him and told him how much of a ungrateful bastard he was for not giving his mother the rights to being a wife, because she put in that work. The sun and him went at it, then before you knew it, Saturn just looked at the sun and eclipsed him. Then long and behold, everybody's like, oh no, the sun's been eclipsed. Now it's all dark and it's going to become like winter wonderland here. What are we going to do? Then everybody prayed to Shiva to help take it off, which he did. But because of that, that's also why Saturn was also revered to be very dedicated to the mother. So anybody that is heavily Saturn ruled will have that very relentless, bloodthirsty in protecting the mother. Yes, that is me. Yeah, I get a little bit savage when my mother gets in jeopardy.
So, for everybody that's been here all night, I'm gonna tie something in right now for y'all. I've been talking about Saturn disappearing, and you just said about the sun that Saturn is going. This is a whole lot. Oh Lord, is it flowing in? Saturn is. There's supposed to be 3 days of darkness, and Saturn's supposed to go away. This is what I heard. I'm not finding nobody to confirm this. I'm gonna keep talking about it till it goes around. But my theory is it's gonna move over, and I've been praying so hard, and Melanie just talked about this with the mothers and their children, and that's been the number one on the frontal lobe about what this whole thing is about, is lineages with parents and children coming together, because it's so wrong for parents and children to be separated. And I get that there's grace and mercy in adoption situations and foster care situations, so I've experienced them all too. But the original plan of mother and child and family like that being together, and Saturn, my north node is Capricorn. So my baby that I talk about and is just, there's many, but the baby of my family, she is Leo moon. And the moon, when a child is born, is the relationship with the mother. So I'm Cancer, Sun, and Moon. She has no water in her sign, in her birth chart. I was her water. She was my sun. It's the craziest thing how this thing has come full circle, because also throughout this live, it was talked about that the bond between mother and child cannot be severed. So even if this evolutionary process, like some of us stay, some of us leave and go to the other place where Saturn will move over to give them their last go to get it right, to come back to planet Earth, to evolve for eternity. That's my theory.
Well, I will also say this, since you have a North Node Capricorn.
I see you smiling. Yeah.
North Node Capricorn, by default, that gives you a Cancer South Node. And having a Cancer Sun and Moon with the South Node, K2, well, how else am I going to say this but just this way? From the past life, you're bringing in the Divine Mother and the Divine Father together at the same time.
Let me get on my hands and knees. Well, just my knees, and pray and thank you. Thank you. Confirmation is here. All right, y'all. It's on.
And depending on the degree, if it's at a certain degree, I'm kind of picturing in my mind, if it's within the middle of Cancer, then you also have Jupiter's blessing on top of that, and Saturn's at that too.
Okay. So my baby is Sag.
Okay.
Sun.
And so there's Jupiter.
Last night I listened to Jupiter. Well, this morning in the wee hours, I listened to Jupiter with the heart frequency and the one that I told y'all has the grounding frequency with the lower chakras in it. It has all of them, but it's mainly with the lower ones. I listened to those three together, because what I also heard in this dynamic is that Cancer now needs expansion. And so that tightening down, which I call the spirit of Python, and the throat chakra being cut off from not being able to speak, being held captive, being completely traumatized and shocked, it's loosening, it's opening. And that Jupiter gave me the expansion with the heart, with the root and the lower chakras last night. That's a good tonic for anybody needing to know too, by the way.
Well, can I also sprinkle in some more? Because pretty soon Jupiter is going to be just waltzing right into Cancer. Right. And, well, if he sees the sun and the moon, well, he sees the king and the queen. And Guru is now with those two. And I even learned this recently, too. So, you see, even I'm learning this stuff. In any kind of connection when you have Jupiter in the South Node. Now, South Node, also known as K2, he's essentially a body without the head. So he can't see what he's doing. And he's just meh with everything. You can give him anything in the mundane, he'll be like, meh with it. Because he's so detached from everything and wants to go within and to understand himself and to find something more meaningful and let go of anything that's mundane. And Jupiter, he considers probably, not, if not his best supporting guide, because Jupiter points the way and allows that expansion to come through. So now Jupiter's also stepping into Cancer, where he feels his highest of dignity, because you're giving Guru the blessings of the Divine Mother. What happens when you have a mentor who's the Divine Mother? well, I don't think I need to explain that. But when coming into contact with the sun and the moon, Sun and Jupiter are friendly because, well, the king takes the guidance and the suggestions of the head bishop, but is also the general and the strategist, so he listens to him. But then also Moon, because, believe it or not, in the Vedic system, the moon, Chandra, taught Jupiter a valuable lesson on how that, well, if you're married, you have to attend to your wife. You have to give her the needs that she's asking for. You cannot abandon her. Because the moon gave Jupiter's wife Tara what she wanted, which was the romance, the luxury, and being her. And that's also how Mercury came into being. And Venus stepped in to protect Moon from having a lynch mob go after her. But Venus told Jupiter, you should be thanking Moon for giving your wife something that you never could do. In fact, because of him, your wife is actually feeling fulfilled. So you should be thanking him. And instead of Jupiter resuming the Scooby-Doo chase scene, Jupiter then took a moment of pause and figured, you're right. And that's why Jupiter sees Moon as a friendly planet. Because Moon taught him a lesson. And Jupiter's always going to intake anything that involves wisdom. That's why also Jupiter is in exaltation, because Jupiter learned from Moon regarding a marriage.
That is so beautiful. All right, and one more. You said the other night about, I believe we're going Mercury here. So it's Gemini and Virgo, Mercury. Mm-hmm. So Mercury, Virgo is intake, Gemini output, right? Got that right?
Yeah, and I would say with Gemini, it is that representation of you have one and other. Now, of course, in the tropical and the more Western way, it is the twins. But in the Vedic way, it's a man figure and a woman figure. They're pointing fingertip to fingertip, showing that sign of understanding. It's I understand, I communicate. I'm able to speak, and the other can receive. But Virgo, now this is where it gets rather a bit more interesting, because Gemini is a masculine sign being an air, but Virgo is a feminine for being an earth sign. But this side of Mercury for Virgo, now on the Western depiction, it's usually just the Virgin and just standing in white, and she's just standing there not doing anything. The Vedic way, now this is where there's a completely different dynamic. The Vedic way, you have this image of like the side of a boat and that low loading ramp. But on this loading ramp, you see Virgo, the Virgin, stepping off the ramp, and it looks like she's running off the ramp. And in one hand, she has Ayurvedic medicine, and the other a bundle of wheat, and she's like running off the ship to go and run to attend those who are ill, hungry, or disease afflicted. So the Vedic way of Virgo is the pure one going into states of impurity to heal and to also drive out what is causing the ailments. That's why Virgo is also what I like to call the artist with a blade. Because you go against a Virgo, they will make a work of art out of you with something sharp and pointy.
Right. I always wondered about that Virgo rising, and let me tell you something. The Virgos in my life hurt me worse than anybody. And I'm Virgo rising, so I thought that was really weird. But once I learned when Virgo went into the South Node to sit still, to don't act on it, to allow and watch the Red Seas part, it's been epic. It's been epic. I don't know. How long is that going to last?
Well, usually the nodes, I would have to say, well, it also kind of depends too, because also with having, let's see. Let me see the degrees real quick. Gotta pull my software up. So, okay. So right now, the South Node is in 25 degrees of Virgo. So say, let's click this button. it'll be, well, at least a year and, hold on, a year and, okay, so August 19th, 2026, that's when the South Node will be then in 29 degrees of Leo. So about a year in August, starting this August. So, yeah.
So wait. Let me make sure I'm hearing you right. Excuse me. Virgo will be in the South Node till August
Until the August of next year.
of 2026. Okay, so in addition to that, that's when Mars makes another major transition from 9 years or something in something else. What was it that Mars has been in for the last, I want to say about 9 years? What transit thing is that?
Let's see. I'll go back to the new one. Okay, so right now we have Mars now finally stepping out of where he is agitated, and he's finally away from the kitchen. Where's my rolling pin? Who took my rolling pin? Mars, put it down. What do you mean? Where's my rolling pin? No, put it down, Mars. You can leave now. Oh, finally. I can finally go somewhere and I don't have to hear these ladies sing all the damn time. Because Mars has been in Cancer for a long time.
I felt that. It's still tweaking out though.
Yeah, Mars is finally like, I could finally leave this place. I can finally stop caretaking to these children. Yeah, you're done here. Oh, thank God. Where's my spirit shield? Go. Don't worry about him. But now he's going into Leo. So with Mars now going into Leo, let's see. I would have to say, right now you might be seeing a lot of people might be wanting to put more of their energy into micromanaging.
Oof.
And wanting to be all like, well, this is how I'm going to do it, so listen to me and do it this way. I don't suggest that. But I mean, if you want to do, like, say, for an example, anything pertaining to, let's just say, using your energy to help, like, gain, let's see here. Like, say if you were doing something that's like production, after you finish the work, and now it's just like, okay, well, how did it go? How much did we intake? Using that energy to help improve for the next performance or the next work of art that you're planning on doing. Or even, okay, that just came out of nowhere. Or anything pertaining to like interior design specifically involving bedding, like a certain bed frame, or even just crafting a stage for a better performance for the next time. That would be a more ideal way of putting that Mars to work instead of like, well, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, you didn't do that. Well, we failed this because of you. Don't do it that way.
But Leo is not. That's going to be a little bit irritable, huh? For a Leo.
Well, Mars in the sign of Leo, he's, well, even just like Cancer, he's in a friendly sign, but in Cancer, he's pissed off. In Leo, he's in fire where he likes, and he's also in the home of his friend Sun. Because you have the warrior within the home of the king. Of course, the warrior is going to be friendly with the king because Mars wants to kick the bucket in order to get honor and safeguard the kingdom in that regard.
Interesting. Well, that's going to be fun, and it lasts for a long time.
For Mars in Leo, we are looking at. Okay, we are there. Probably, well, in June, approximately the 18th, or even earliest the 16th. That's when Mars will then be moving into Virgo. And Mars in Virgo, I will say this: you cross them, they will literally take that action to make you a work of art. Like they will make you one of those. Like one of those statues that's outside in like one of those royal boutiques of like a person, and they're doing this really sensual pose. Except the thing is that you'll be just marble.
All right, so I have to tell Alien T this because this has been the theme of what's kicking off and going around and pivoting. So tell me just one more time, when does Mars go into Virgo? Because I got the message that I'm going to get some relief in after 2026. It's
So
starting now, but
we would be looking at June 17th
of
of this year.
this year,
Yep.
it's going to go into Virgo. All right. Well,
And also Mars and Virgo, that is a beautiful time. I'm just saying this. If there is somebody that needs to be taken to the legal system and get sued, what a lovely time. Because, talk about being shredded. Like,
they better get right.
I'm like, wait,
yeah,
what?
prosecution up the whammy. Like, okay, we're going to cite you for this, and even also all this too, because it gets tacked on by default.
What dates are those? Because I need to know when to take my uncle.
That would be Mars steps into Virgo June
I got a potty.
17th of this year, and it will be until let me get clicking until a little bit too far there. The 17th
my
until
uncle's birthday, actually, too. So that's kind of comical. I'm not gonna lie. Happy birthday!
okay, so June 17th until August 6th of this year. That's your time frame. Mars would be in Virgo. And bonus points too if you actually do take him on his birthday. Happy birthday, you're sued.
Yes, please. All day long. All day, every day, whatever.
Happy Sue Day to you. Happy Sue Day to you. Ah, very Sue to you.
Yeah. He just, I shouldn't say he deserves it, but I mean,
Yeah, he
karma
does.
happens. You know what I mean? Karma freaking happens, and we can't stop karma. Like, what would you do
Just
if
sit
we
back
could?
with your popcorn and allow it.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
what
mean,
I'm saying.
I have the viewpoint of like, there's nothing wrong with helping Karma get her job done and
That's
helping
what
make
I'm
it easier
saying.
for her. Let's help her out a little bit. Let's make it easier.
Bren knows, like, they've known the journey of the whole, like, my uncle's shit. So yeah, he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
And I believe this with my full chest. Sometimes the best way to help an idiot is to go to the idiot, whack the idiot, and tell him stop being an idiot in order for him to grow and not be an idiot no more.
I mean, it
You
did.
know, I like that. I like to be straight up about it.
I practiced restraint by not traveling to Kansas, okay, and not doing things that I envisioned myself doing. You know, the
That's the
old.
tough one. You're transmuting it. You're doing well. You made it through Walmart. You got
I
this.
know. See, guess what? I went to Walmart and I did good, and I did not have to speak to myself the whole entire time. Dee and Beth have been with me to Walmart before when I've been like on the microphone talking to them, and yeah, it was quite comical. I mean, I'm just saying, it was about a year ago actually.
Through Walmart. All right, I know that I'm gonna have to Brent. I'm gonna message you because I'm gonna need to put that in writing. I need to find it to make sure I remember that. I was really. I just heard about Mars leaving Cancer, and that was pretty intense. But once I realized it, somebody said last night about leaning. I think it was leaning into the pain. And that is great advice. And that's what I did with those frequencies was I just went ahead and leaned into it. And then when I heard about the Cancer needing to be the expansion, that's when I leaned into the Jupiter, and it worked. My heart, I felt it moving. So it really does work. It's definitely a healing tool.
Just wait till Jupiter transits Cancer, then you do it then.
Oh, I'm looking forward. What do you recommend, though? I mean,
Exactly that.
Okay.
The seat of Jupiter, the sounds of Jupiter, and also, well, Jupiter, the Sun, and the Moon when Jupiter steps into Cancer. But I mean, if I'm always going to suggest, and this is going to go for anybody, if you ever want to have, whenever in doubt, any specific sound, hold on, let me get it pulled up on my little tablet apparatus, if it'll behave for once.
While you do that, I want to say this. Dude, I couple Saturn with everything. Saturn and grounding, the Earth frequency with the like 40 hertz down. That's my jam.
Yeah, but a lot of, well, Saturn's frequency, people are like, I don't know how to feel about this. This sounds like dread. I know it sounds dreadful, but just let it flow. Mm-hmm. And if you just be patient with it, you'll be like, oh, this sounds beautiful. Yeah.
It's such a deep, it's the marrow. It's the bone marrow. It's the resonance of the bone, you know? So good. I love it.
And the one that I suggest not anybody, everybody to listen to whenever in doubt is always listen to the sound of Venus. Why Venus? Well, Venus is in the Vedic, is the guru to the human beings. Venus is the wish giver. Venus just wants to know, what do you want? But be specific. Because when you're specific, Venus knows, okay, I know exactly what to give you, where to give you, when to give you, how to give it to you, and who you're going to get. So,
2 things on that, because you said this before about, okay, it's coming. The Venus, and Mars in the detriment. You said that. Was that you that said that about Venus is in its detriment when it's in? Oh no, that's Molly McCord. Okay, Venus is in its detriment in Mars, which you probably knew that too. But so I couple Venus around sporadically, like I speckle Venus in with the frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
And throughout any time. If I need to leave the house with the dogs here, I'll put Venus on for the love portion. And then the other part to that is that with the trauma that I endured, like in every way, my ability to envision or visualize or imaginate things was just like, the only thing I do now I know why, but is world peace and God is love. Like that's what my thought process is. And then whenever it comes into like, I take a breath, I'll say, I am prosperity. I am healed. I know myself. I love myself. I trust myself. I believe in myself. For those neuro pathways, when that pain is vibrated through and it's time to put the new in, that's when I do it with the Venus. It's like soothing.
And I think I've said this before too. Venus is also the one that can bring you back to life. Venus is the only planet that can do that. No other planet can bring life to something.
Because it's the planet of love, right?
Yes, and devotion. Through, like, for probably the best example, well, I'm going to put myself on the platter for once. Like, for me, my Venus is in Scorpio. Like, oh gosh, she must be one of those lovers, huh? Yeah, go ahead, say it. Wow, over excessive boyfriend? Yeah, you could say that. But in all seriousness, though, the Venus in Scorpio that I have, it's in the spot of Virgo at its heart. No, not Virgo. Scorpio at its heart. And the heart of Scorpio is the white lotus flower. And this lotus flower has to go through the absolute darkest muck in order to break through it and then become the flower that it is. So this Venus placement is about devotion and devoting to the point where logic just goes out the window. You could put, well, I mean, I've been with the same person for 15 years for bloody sakes. That doesn't say anything. But Venus, wherever she is placed, sign-wise and house-wise, that's also shows how you can bring another or something to life. Mine just happens to be through, I bring life through devotion. I bring life through commitment. I bring life through means that defy logic.
I like that you said what you said about Venus. It's really, I keep learning so much more about it, and it's so true. And I feel that, and I'm going to actually practice that with that intention now about being the only one to bring life and devotion.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard it that way.
And surprisingly, too, when we also talk about planets that are considered a benefic or malefic, Venus is the only pure benefic planet, meaning that all that Venus wants to do is bring comfort, grant wishes. Venus doesn't want conflict. Venus comes to you and says, what can I do for you? What do you want? What do you need? What can I do for you? Then you have other planets like the sun saying, you must do this. You have the moon. But, oh, I don't know. Give me that. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should do this. Then there's Mercury that, depending on where he's sitting, he can adapt and become something that can be harmful. Mars, well, he'll just start swinging. Jupiter will, even though he's considered the most benefic, he will make you have to endure a lot of hardship and suffering just to get to divinity. Saturn, well, yeah, we all know how Saturn is. Stop being dumb, kid. But then there's Venus that just asks, what do you want? What do you need? What can I do to make you feel comfortable?
That's why people told me I was so hard on myself my whole life, because I didn't know Capricorn was my North Node until I grew up. But I was always so hard on myself, man. And I didn't hate it about myself. Other people would hate it about me. But I loved that I was like military with myself, because I had to stay focused to get through it.
Is it because, in a way, you knew that I could do better? I know I can do much better than this. I set my standards high because I know I can be at that level.
I felt like I didn't know where the hell I was, but I was somewhere and it was not where I wanted to be, and that I did not want to lose myself. And so I would tell myself, there's no way I'm letting you settle here. And
you expect us to stay here in this place? No, we're going to go this way. No, we're going this way. Now.
No. We're getting out. I was like this is really weird that this just came up, because I was thinking about being in an escape room. Like, I want to go do an escape room. And then this is how bad the trauma was for me. I'm going, wait, if I go to an escape room, what if they don't let me out? And then they like take you and send you, that's bad. That's how it was. It was like inside of self, there's no way out. Like, where do you get? And then who do you trust? Because nobody was trustworthy. So that's why I know it was Saturn.
Saturn does kind of put you in a position where it's like, okay, kid, now you're stuck in my ring system in the middle. Now what you gonna do? Just sit still? Yeah, just sit, relax, take a breath. Don't you do it. And it doesn't sound like it too, but of the planets, Saturn is the most protective because it's his ring system. And 33% of the light that gets casted from the sun, Saturn just goes, nope, get it away. F this crap. Stop. Nope, get it out of here. But that same quality of deflection is also why whatever you put out, Saturn will just whack it back to you.
Question. So if this theory that the rings of Saturn are going away, what does that mean for planet Earth? With the sun, what you just said.
Well, now this is just my lovely opinion. Saturn has had his hips for a long time. I don't think he's going to lose his hips. I think probably what we're seeing is that possibly people are starting to, because if there's that theory of Saturn losing his rings, I think people are starting to lose the perspective of what it means to have that limitations, the self-control, and being able to keep oneself in check. Because that's what Saturn does. He's the only planet that has enough responsibility and commitment into being that enforcer, the one that goes out and says, okay, here's your ticket for speeding. But I was only going a mile over. Don't care, you still sped, you stupid twat. Do it again, you're going to get a chip off your license.
This is why my theory, I promise y'all, if we all meet on this other side of this thing, and the way that my theory is that what's considered the millennial reign, the 1,000 years, because I then got kind of torn. Did it start already? Or are we finishing it? But the fact that the future is predicting Saturn's rings to go away yet to come, and then what the charts are saying with the planetary movements, I think it's coming. And then the ones who are not going to get with the program now, what we got to get done, will go where Saturn's moving to. Like we'll evolve to where we don't need that deep digging, because we will have already dug it up. We will have already achieved our awakening status to where we can't be swayed by stupid bullshit that's going on right now, and stay strong. And we heal enough that the frequency changes, and Saturn won't be necessary here for us anymore. It'll be necessary where the wayward children that aren't getting with the program will go in the near future.
Bren is way too smart for me. I'm just going to say I'm learning, but I'm also not smart enough for this. Still enjoying it though.
Bro, let me tell you, I did not like, between him and Astro, when they would talk about like the astrology things, like I would be like, I'm so here for this. Let me get my notebook. And I would be trying to write as fast as they would talk. And then I'd be trying to look it over and go like, okay, but what does this mean? What did they say this? Fuck. And I would be so frustrated. But it was like, when I stopped trying to force myself to understand or pay attention to every single word that they would say, and I realized that when they speak of an aspect that I feel or I know can relate to my signs as I know them, that's when I know to pay attention to some of the words. And when I would realize that if I only pay attention to those things, it's not so overwhelming, and it's a little bit easier to be like, oh, okay. I can kind of get on a level where I can understand this now. And so don't try to force it, because I'm serious. I had notebooks that were just like trying so hard to write down every single word, and I'm like, I would be done with the live and I'd be going, I'm so fucking confused.
Yeah.
I'm really confused. Like, I know what the words are saying. But what does this mean to me exactly?
I think it's my ADD or whatever. It's like certain words pop out. It's kind of like when I'm reading a book. I'm like, oh, what the hell did I just read for 2 chapters? You know, certain things pop out, but then I have to go back. It's crazy, but so much information is so amazing. I love it.
Yeah. I feel like it's kind of like the 12 universal laws. It kind of makes shit make sense in your life. Like, so like, and it's on a personal level. So now you're like, oh, so I'm supposed to be like this, and it's okay. Like, and it gives you like the outline to be like, oh, but I don't need to fix it, but I can help transmute and understand why Okay, so then I can like process the how and the when and what for. Okay, cool shit. It's all for you. You're muted, honey, but yes.
Oh, well, I'm just being like a mom. It's all for you. You read my lips.
I
That's why I
did.
said that. Oh my gosh. That's why I like to do the video because you could read lips. Yeah. I used to do hair and I couldn't hear a word they would say, but I could read their lips. And you're awesome. I love you. I didn't even know I was muted from what you said. That's epic. Okay, that I forgot. Now I forgot what I was. Oh, I know why. I know why. That's why they say it. Everything is happening for you. It's because the energies is really what they're talking about. Is happening for you. So the circumstances, it seems like it's shit because it is at sometimes, but the energy behind the circumstances is what's happening for you. So you have to kind of travel down some circumstances to get to the energies that are really swirling for you. So like he was talking about with Saturn, undoing it all, digging it up in the bones, like that's your structure. It's all happening for you. So when we have a thought that we put forward with whatever is going on in the dynamic to choose this or choose that, when they're talking about the free will, here we go, we're not doing that. But at the same time, we have a choice, we choose it, and the energy behind where we're at. That's why when the astrologers say, during this time, don't make this kind of a choice or don't make that kind of a choice, wait or sit or do whatever. That's because the energy behind it and whatever thought we put with it and make that decision, that's going to get that push from the universe.
Ooh, layman terms. That hit. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. I love it.
See this light like every time that I have like gone live in the last like I'm gonna say since I moved into this place, there is always a little.
I see that line of light.
And it, but like, I'm like, but I don't know where it comes from. Like, I can be in a totally different room and it still happens. It trips me out. I'm just like,
it moves when you move forward, it goes away.
Right.
It's like a beam of it.
But I don't have anything like that's beam. I don't have anything beamful. I have lamps. I have big lamps. Like that's what I have. And there's no way that.
I noticed it when I was talking and you were doing. I was like, I see that whole
like,
line there.
I don't know where it comes from.
Are you prepared to do?
That's so. I was texting you in the comments.
Oh, I didn't see it.
No, I was saying if you want to, because I know some people get tired during meditation. And so like if you want me to, I can. If you give me like 2 minutes to go for my potty break now.
Yeah.
Then, I can just jump onto my. You are so beautiful. Thanks, Edio. I can jump onto my live, and you guys can come over there. So then you don't have to be like, "Hey, I'm a host of this live right now," and then I'm gonna have to like make sure I stay awake after the meditation.
Yeah.
To like,
if you're gonna do a live, are you gonna do a live?
yeah, I can. I can totally do that. Give me like
I mean,
I got.
I'm going to bed.
Okay, 2 minutes to literally go. I mean, I would say I'll take you guys with me, but I don't want to take you guys with me to my bathroom. But no, yeah, like so I will end as I'm here. I'm gonna walk to my bathroom while I'm have you guys on here. But and then that gives you a second to end your live, and then I'll just hurry up and jump onto my live, and then.
That sounds good because then I fell asleep last night. Like I've been doing really good about letting myself fall asleep and going ahead and falling asleep.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. See, so then you won't have to worry about you won't have to. I gotta grab my charging cord though really quick. Hold on. Let me grab it. Don't end yet. I feel like I'm on my timer. Okay, when her live ends, go.
Okay. All right, guys.
Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Got it. Okay.
All right. I love you. I'll see you over there.
All right.
Everybody, thank y'all so much for being here. It was
Thank
a great
you.
night. And I love that there's a ones all across the board. So I'm very thankful. See y'all on the flip side. Good night.
Good night.